Добрый день, приветствую всех, не знаю, слышно меня или нет. Сейчас я попробую известить в своем твиттере. Я решил чуть пораньше начать сегодня. Может быть, сделаю перерыв небольшой потом. Так. Лайв. Один момент, я пытаюсь наладить. So, yes, I'm here. I'm just going to share the link on Twitter, and maybe I will see. Maybe I'll try to do a bit in Russian also. I mean, in English and Russian as well, just to that everybody understands. Okay, so do you see me? Do you hear me? If you could just please write me if everything's okay. If you can if you can hear me well. Sorry that it's well, I don't know. I'm not very experienced still streaming, so the problem is that I cannot read at the same time and speak and watch the game. So I don't know how to do it. So I will maybe not read too often because I actually don't know how to read chat and at the same time analyze the game. I mean, it's like two different windows, and okay, I don't know how to do it. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's start. Or maybe I will do most of the part in English, but a bit in Russian at some point as well. I will probably make a break because I realized yesterday that actually, first of all, it's kind of late, so not that much energy left, but after the long day, but also that when you are doing it alone, actually commenting alone, it's actually much more difficult somehow. Yeah, you get tired much quicker. So okay, let's see. Maybe after a couple of hours I will make a bit of a break just to gather forces and then continue in the most important part of this round, which is can be decisive, can be the last round. There might be a tie break, as I guess you all know that Gukesh is leading, half point ahead of Nakamura, whom he is playing today with black. So Nakamura must win. Actually, quite strange situation. The three players, they have to win. I mean, there is no chance for them. I mean, winning doesn't guarantee them winning the candidates, but if they don't win, they are for sure they have no chance of winning the candidates. So three players are in very aggressive mood today, obviously. And let's see what will happen. So half point behind Gukesh, Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, and Caruana, and they all play each other. Yes, so Nakamura has white against Gukesh. He must win, and Caruana is white against Nepomniachtchi, and both must win. So will be difficult. For sure, one of those two will not qualify for tiebreaks if there will be tiebreaks. So let's see. Yeah, actually, it's interesting. We can first maybe talk about Nepomniachtchi Caruana game, because actually it's quite interesting situation. I was thinking about it. In fact, because, well, actually they both need to win, of course. Yeah, that's correct. But from other point of view, the what is different in this situation, that actually for both the opponent also badly needs to win. So it's a lot of psychological bluff game in a way. Okay, let's say the game is heading to an equal position, and then, well, I mean, somebody has to start to be aggressive, has to take a lot of risks if will be the situation. And then, like, they might be waiting for each other to start, because it's like, I mean, it's a kind of strange situation, yeah, because if I was playing this game, I would definitely consider before the game. I would definitely consider this kind of situation, that if the game goes into this direction, okay, equal position, playable position, then and it's like heading to equality and maybe to a draw, then how to behave in this situation. So whether should I try to, I mean, to take risk, or maybe to provoke my opponent to take risk. Like, I would even consider, if I was white, to play extremely safe and just, like forcing my opponent to go crazy, because he needs to win, yeah. So it's a strange, like, poker game, yeah, psychology game. But I don't know if they really consider it. I would definitely think, before the game, I would think how to behave in such situations. Because I had something similar. I had a similar situation in 2013. In the candidates, I think so far the only one which ended in tiebreaks. I mean, which should have ended in tiebreaks, but it didn't, because actually we shared first second with Magnus, but he had better tiebreak. I mean, there was no tiebreak, no additional tiebreak at that time, and I was quite unlucky, I would say, because let's say there were like about five most common tiebreaks, yeah, in such cases, and four of those were in my favor, and the only one was in the favor of Magnus. But of course, it was before the tournament; it was known the number of wins. I mean, I had a better Buchholz, whatever, Berger. I had better, in case you counted without last place, and and so on. But so everything was in my favor, but only this. And unfortunately, that was exactly the tournament where this tiebreak was decisive. So we had the same situation. I mean, the last round. And we had equal points with Magnus. We was only two who could win it, and then the problem was the tiebreak was not in my favor. It was pretty different, because I couldn't share with him. So I had black with Ivanchuk, he had white with Svidler. So I assumed that I have to play for a win badly. I mean, like, okay, if he wins, I have no chance anyway. But if he doesn't win, okay, if he just makes a draw, I need to win with black, yeah, against Ivanchuk. So I went all in. I played Pirk and was trying something, and then okay, he was actually in control of the situation. I was quite unlucky, because there was a last moment where I knew that I just have to go into a slightly worse endgame, which probably I would hold. But okay, at that moment, situation was still under control. He had everything under control, Carlsen. It was actually a matter of few minutes when things actually got out of control for him. And if it would happen a bit earlier, I would have gone for a slightly worse endgame and just make a draw, because the situation started to be not clear in his game. But unfortunately, okay, I was just few minutes late, yeah. So I saw, okay, Carlsen is completely in control still. So I decided to go all in, to bluff, and I lost the game. Finally, Magnus also lost, and okay, and I didn't qualify, yeah. But okay, well, it was an interesting situation. But today is something similar. Well, it's a bit easier now. I mean, if Gukesh wouldn't have won yesterday, then situation would be really complicated. Now actually everything is simple. Okay, Gukesh just needs a draw. Of course, if he wins, he qualifies for sure. He just clear first in any case. But okay, with the draw, he at minimum he secures tie breaks, so he might also be clear first. So, and anyways, when you play black, yeah, I mean, with in such game, okay, you just think about draw. But of course, if Nakamura will overstep, okay, he will think about trying to win, especially I mean, depending on this game which we are looking at. So okay, those are just some details. Maybe important for some of you to understand that you know, it's not only about chess, it's also about you're looking at others games. You also, I mean, it's a psychological game as well, when to take risk, to wait for your opponent to take risk or not, when, and so on. So I actually, fortunately, I didn't know, I mean, I didn't know that there is a assessment of the position yesterday, yeah, when I was streaming, and I didn't look at it. I didn't know it happened, but then I saw in comments somebody wrote me that it exists somewhere here, you know. So today, before commenting, I switched it off. I kindly ask you, well, anyways, I don't look so much, I don't see so much the chat, I mean, from time to time, but I would kindly ask you not to give me the assessments or moves or computer moves, because we are here, we are old-fashioned people. I mean, you know, especially in the last round, especially, of course, you can have a look at engine and so on, but especially it's the most important. It's a memorable day, yeah. Maybe some of you will remember, maybe somebody who will qualify will become world champion or legendary chess player, and maybe it's his first step towards the immortality, so to say, yeah. So it is important to get this feeling, yeah. I mean, to get this nerve of the last round. I think it's even more important than actually games itself. I mean, than to understand who is better. I mean, I'm qualified enough, not as much as nowadays as these players playing, but I'm qualified enough to give you a general idea of what players might be hesitating about, what kind of fears they might have during a game, so I mean, don't charge me. I mean, don't judge me too strong. I mean, okay, I'm just a player without engine, and also I'm not that concentrated. Obviously, I also have to talk. I mean, imagine if they will have to talk non-stop while playing this game. Also, their level would be not the same. Yeah, so. Okay, but so I don't, of course, I will not see as much as they see, but I will try to give you a general idea. I mean, and I believe that is the way, especially in this last round, this decisive game, that's the way you have to feel, you know. Chess is not about who is better or who won. It's about emotion, yeah. We like it, we like the game, of course, but especially, you know, last round of candidates, it's an emotion. Should be first of all, yeah, and that's why just, you know, seeing the engine. Okay, I want to present you this option because most of the commentators, they comment with engine, and well, you, of course, if you prefer that, you should watch there. But yeah, if you like more like human approach and to feel more the nerve of the game, yeah, you can try to listen to me. So I will try to do my best, to provide you this, because I was myself more than once in such situations. So I know, yeah, I know how it feels, and I can understand what players might think about at that moment, and what kind of hesitations they might have. So I will try to provide it to you. So, okay, this is the position. Let's see the opening. It's a Caruana Nepomniachtchi game. So d4, okay, e6. He plays this line. Yeah, that is a kind of sharp line. That's, I don't know if I was black. I don't know what would I do. I mean, would I? Because this is a choice like playing something quite sharp. A bit risky, but I mean, maybe it also would make sense for black to play solid and then just to wait for white to take risks. Okay, everybody chooses. I mean, there is no objectively best choice. Yeah, you choose according to your style, to how you feel this day and so on. But it's sensible choice. Yeah, g5. Yeah, this is a quite fashionable line. Actually, yeah, it's very sharp line. A bit dubious for black, but there is no direct refutation. The idea is that if knight e2, I think black is starting like h5, going all in. A lot of theory here. So queen c2, I think it's quite a rare move. h5, still f3. Yeah, this is supposed to be not too dangerous. I don't know if bishop e6 is a move, but anyways, bishop d3. I'm not sure about c6. Not totally sure because black sometimes wants to get c5 quickly. Yeah, so it might be a loss of tempi if black is heading for c5, because here castle, knight d7, and now f4. Committing move, of course. Yeah, it's quite typical move, but yeah, I think, well, actually it's a good outcome of the opening for both players, because position, I mean, is like, it's double edged. Even if it's better for white in this particular game, who cares really? I mean, unless it's too bad for black, then okay, it's pretty much more about getting a complicated position. Still, I mean, I'm not sure Jan treated it correctly. I don't like the c6 knight d7 because this f4, I mean, it looks quite painful actually. Why? Because it would be nice maybe for black to get g4, you know, I mean, just to cut this knight, because knight is on f3 is, yeah, it's quite annoying if it gets to f3. But he's not in time now to do it, because then with a knight on d7 after f5 he's losing a piece. So that's why if he's not in time to get g4, then white will play next knight f3, and well, I mean, position already now is quite critical. I mean, critical in what sense? That it's very important to find the right moves now, because of course white's plan is very simple, just knight f3, and okay, f5 is threatening. Black has really to be very accurate now, not to end up just much worse in this position. There is a risk of ending up in pretty much worse position. Like, okay, f5 is a threat, so what would I do? Of course, bishop g4 is an option, but not quite sure about it, even simply because of knight f3. There is a strange move, bishop e2 possible, but I would even consider knight f3 as well. Let's say queen e7 and what, king b1 or rook e1 maybe, something like that. Not clear what to do with this king. Actually, I'm not even mentioning that for the moment pawn on g5 is hanging. Okay, you cannot castle long because knight takes d5. To give up this bishop is not really what I would dream about, yeah. Well, at least now, like, you can castle at some point, but yeah, this bishop is too good to give it up. So, and gf, of course, ef, so of course you can protect this pawn on g5 by taking on f3, but this position I don't like at all for black. I mean, it can be seriously worse. Bishop can get to f5, also e4 is coming, so not, I mean, maybe not queen e7, but the knight f3, yes, I don't see. Okay, you can take, actually interesting to take with e-pawn here, just to, I mean, just then to get rook e1 check. Maybe king can get to f8, but it's very risky. But even taking with g-pawn, I'm not sure that even if you take with g-pawn, okay, still, let's say queen e7, okay, let's say rook e1, even though moves like e4, of course, also very serious. Or let's say king b1. I don't think black is doing fine here. I mean, to me looks like white must be better. So after f4, what else to do? I would probably consider a move like knight f6, trying to get the knight to g4. But still after knight f3, I don't really have to come up with some idea after knight f3, because okay, g4 I don't really want to play because I want my knight to g4. But if knight g4 attacking on e3, I don't know, knight takes g5, some tactics must be calculated, but let's say even if I don't want to calculate, just play a move like rook e1. Again, I don't know what to do with this g5 pawn. Doesn't look great for me, this position here, so Jan has to find something now. I mean, f5 is a threat. Well, you can also go to b6, but the same story, knight f3 comes. Very important that knight gets to f3. That's why I told you here, for instance, maybe move like a5. I mean, somehow that after f4 I can play g4. But frankly, I would seriously consider trying to push c5. Maybe even starting with knight d7 and then very quickly c5. Maybe, let's say, if castles, maybe like this to play. I don't know. Just to, how to say, but for the moment, unless, okay, there must be some very, some way for black to, so he played Jan already. He went bishop g4, but yeah, I mean, maybe Fabiano is thinking about bishop e2, but frankly, I don't, okay, knight f3, what is he going to do? Jan. What is he going to do? Okay, he will find something, obviously, but I mean, I'm sure he will find a way how to get at least acceptable, more or less acceptable position, but I don't think he can equalize here. I think, well, white is better, actually already better. But maybe, must be, it cannot be too bad for black, yeah? Logically. But yeah, I would be very, very concerned if I was black in this position already. I mean, another idea is to play bishop e2, but then knight f6. This I doubt. No, I'm pretty sure knight f3 is going to be played. So let's go to another game. What is happening? Yeah, I mean, Gukesh played this bishop e7 move, which I've never seen myself. This move, I mean, usually in Queen's Gambit accepted, black is played a6 and c5. Actually, it's extremely solid for black, so I don't know, I mean, since he needs a draw, I would, I mean, okay, he wants to surprise his opponent, but, well, I mean, in this line, maybe there is no big need, because even if you play the main theory, I mean, still it's very solid. So bishop e7, I mean, bishop e7 is okay, maybe it was a surprise, but I don't know if it's about the objective quality of this move. Okay, he's still playing quick, so it's his preparation. Queen e2, b5, bishop a2. I mean, now, well, it's pretty much a matter of development. If black manages to develop bishop b7, knight d7, it would be completely fine. I mean, white has to start to try something in the center. So I would, it's always a question, if bishop b7 or knight d7 first, because if bishop b7, white might have this dc5, and because he's threatening b4, you force the bishop to take on c5, and in general, I would rather prefer to take with a knight if the knight was already on d7. So here white might have different ideas with e4, I guess. Yeah, white has to hurry. If black finishes his development, he will be completely fine. So maybe e4, rook d1 first. Only that if you start with rook d1, then it will be maybe, I don't know, queen goes somewhere. Still a question where, that's a good question. Where do I go with my king? But I mean, the idea in general that here I would have knight g4 move, attacking pawn on f2, so maybe then that's why I would consider starting with e4, but again it's not clear. There is maybe knight c6, but even knight d7, the position gets sharp. I mean, again, it's all the same story. Black just needs to develop. He will be completely fine, because his bishop on a2 is pretty, it's not really doing much. But those positions, but okay, of course e5 is critical, and now you need to calculate variations. A move like knight g4 maybe, because bishop takes f3, I'm not totally sure. I mean gf3 simply. Then f4, knight e4, not so sure, but knight g4, it's getting very sharp, but sometimes it doesn't really work for black, because bishop f4, and okay, this knight is out of play. So hard to say, you need to calculate variations here. That's why maybe to start with knight bd7, maybe. I mean starting with this, because now after dc5 black can always take with a knight on c5. Still maybe it is an option for white to play like this and then push e4, e5, trying to push e4, but it must be, logically must be a better version for black. I mean of the same story, let's say queen c7, e4, let's say bishop b7, e5, knight e4 for instance. Again, it's all about black simply finishing his development in such positions, and it should be fine if he finishes. So maybe knight d7 is a move against dc5, but it gives another options, like for instance maybe e4 move immediately, yeah. cd4, knight d4. So now this is already possible, and white wants to play e5. Let's say if knight e5, rook d1. I mean, yeah, you need to calculate variations here. It's very important position. So black needs to find a way to finish development. He can also just take on d4. That's actually, maybe it is possible in fact, because, well, ed4 and those positions are very concrete usually. I mean, now black needs to finish development. Again, the same story, he will be fine, but sometimes there are a lot of tactics like knight e5, knight takes f7. Sometimes this tactic works, sometimes not, so you need really to be sure. Yeah, for that some calculation required. So it is a quite important moment now in the game already, as soon as move 10. I mean, actually the moves bishop b7, knight d7 and cd4. I suppose those are the main moves. Knight c6 I like less. Usually knight belongs to d7 in these positions. I mean, it's a bit of a concession if you have to play knight c6. It's probably not the... I mean, it's not what I would love to. Also knight c6, I would be very worried about rook d1 and then just d5 comes. So then the question is bishop b7 or knight d7. It's not so great for Gukesh that he has to start thinking already now in this position. Again, frankly, I didn't see a reason for this experiment. I mean, I guess he analyzed it. I mean, but okay, I think the main line is so solid anyway for black. But okay, I mean, it's now the next 2-3 moves will be very important in this game. It can be even, I would say, decisive, because this position doesn't have much of, I would say, strategical complexity. It's strategically simple. It's more tactically complicated, yeah, because strategic, if black manages to be fine within next few moves, he will probably not lose this game, because it's quite simple to play. But then he needs to find the best way how to be fine, how exactly, with which move order, and that is not so trivial task in my opinion here. So let's briefly see. Vidit, Firouzja, they finished already the game. Okay, why not? They know anyway nobody is going to watch the game, so why to play, yeah? So this, okay, they decided to play this, okay. Not bad, by the way. I think the system is $3,500 for each half point, I think, for players, so not bad. In 5 minutes, we need to calculate per second how many dollars per second they earned. Or if you want per move, 14 moves, $3,500. I mean 10 moves basically, because the rest was repetition of moves. So what, it's like $350 per move. Not bad. I can come back to chess if I will be paid like this. No, I'm joking. Okay, I understand there is nothing really to play for. I would still keep on playing in this situation. I mean, frankly, I would still play, but okay. Everybody has his own choice. Yeah, I mean, when you have knight dance with knights, you get half point less than that. When you do this is fine. Yeah, this is okay. You can go back home with your $3,500 for this. Okay, such as life. Praggnanandhaa Abasov. Okay, the at least player. I think Abasov will try to play for a win today because I think he didn't win a single game yet. Yeah, so it's at least his chance to win. I mean, one game, which was always nice. Only that I don't really see. I mean, it's nice, of course, to win, but I don't see how is he going to protect his pawn on c4. I mean, what is he going to do now? Because the pawn is hanging. How come? Okay, it's King's Indian. e5, e4, rook e8. Okay, there is some typical King's Indian line. h3, queen b6. He played knight b3. Rather quickly, I would say. Knight e5, bishop e3, c5, and now he realized that there is an issue with the pawn. Yeah, I don't know about bishop f1. Maybe already to give it up this pawn and f4 and just just to play for attack. I mean, not that I believe in it, but at least at least because bishop f1, okay, if he sees a way how to protect the pawn, I understand, but it's not such a trivial task to protect it. I mean, because if knight d2, well, I suppose black can just take on b2. Maybe it's like to play like this and rook c1 somehow, or knight b5. Maybe knight b5, yeah, and then just trying to follow the queen to make a draw. I mean, there are some tricks on this diagonal. Yeah, it becomes very complicated, like knight takes e4 maybe. Again, yeah, need to calculate variations. What about knight takes e4? Let's say if knight takes e4, queen takes a1, maybe. Takes, check. What is this position? King g2, takes on a1, rook on a1. Well, it's very tactical. I mean, actually black is just lost. If maybe there is some tactics. I don't really see it. No, I don't think so. I mean, there is, yeah, I don't think so. I think it doesn't work. So maybe the idea is after knight d2, if queen takes b2, knight b5. Yeah, it's possible. Still, can be always here some tactical solution, like typical King's Indian, knight g4 or something, always some tactics. I don't really see it. That it absolutely doesn't mean that there is none. I mean, it just means that I don't see it. Nothing else than that. So maybe if the pawn on b2 is not hanging, then it's at least a decent way you protect everything. It's still black can get his knight to c6, to d4. It's a sharp King's Indian, but at least you didn't lose a pawn, because here I mean, like, I don't find the way how. It's typical King's Indian, a lot of tactics possible, like knight e4, take on c4, but most of the time it doesn't really work. I mean, I don't think it will work. It only when Kasparov was playing King's Indian with black it was working, but most of other players tactics never works in their favor, including myself. I played a bit of King's Indian, not too much, because I understood it's not my cup of tea. Yeah. But okay, let's see if, by the way, Abasov is still thinking. I guess he's trying to calculate this knight d2. Anyways, okay, another way to protect this pawn is to play knight d5, but that's, I mean, yeah, it doesn't look great to me. I mean, black should have a lot of counterplay with an even typical way of playing, like takes and maybe a5, a4. I mean, with this very strong diagonal bishop on g7, I mean, black has a lot of play, so that is not really an option. I would rather even give up the c4 pawn than go for this position. Okay, so that is pretty much about this game, which of course people, okay, are not that interested. Actually, of course, obviously, yeah, they're more interested about the two other games, which we will now come back to. Okay, that's yeah, queen e7. So they're going on this way, but yeah, king b1 or rook e1. Actually, both moves I find quite playable. I mean, king b1 is anyways always useful. Rook e1 may be more direct because it creates a threat, e4 threat. Then also the question, which rook on e1? This is a question. I think e4 is a bit premature. I wouldn't hurry with e4, especially since black doesn't really want to take, I mean, to make long castle, and taking on c3 is a bit sad to take on c3. So yeah, I mean, let's say the most straightforward way is rook d1 because of this pin. So I'm attacking the pawn on g5. Also, like, black cannot take here, of course, because ef. So there is an issue with the pawn on g5. You cannot also make long castle. I don't really see anything else than bishop takes f3. I mean, taking on c3 is possible, but yeah, it's, again, still you have to solve this issue with the g5 pawn. So I guess Jan plans to take on f3. What else? I don't really see what else. But what is he going to do after gf3? This is a big question. I mean, something like knight b6, but e4 simply, yeah, e4 can start to come. I don't actually understand. It seems to me that, frankly, his position is very, very seriously worse. That is my feeling. Okay, maybe he can take on c3, queen c3, and at least finally long castle. But then e4 still comes. Yeah, white has a, well, definitely, well, yeah, at least this is more or less acceptable for black. Yeah, maybe that's the way he should play, simply because there is nothing really else. It seems to me, at least. But still, after e4, I mean, if black will survive next few moves, it can be in general okay. But will he? That's a good question, because e4, I mean, probably need to take on e4. Of course, fe4 possible, but maybe still not too bad. But the question is bishop takes e4, because now what to do with the queen? Maybe queen f6, yeah. I mean, not a funny position for black, not funny, of course, at all, but maybe it's more or less acceptable. Still less than more, I think. Of course, you can take and you know, keep just a powerful center, but here center is, you know, is not that. It's not that bad to give up the center. After all, Jan was playing Grunfeld all his life, and he's used to play against center, because black has some potential to organize the h pawn. But anyways, it's clear that, to me, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, you have the engine nearby, so, but I think it's just better for white, this position. So another idea is, as I mentioned already, to play king b1, but then maybe black would take and at least play long castle, because the rook is pinned still. This can be more, yeah, can be acceptable, even though still probably I would take white, but I think rook d1 probably is the move I would play. Or what, e4, maybe just to go very direct e4. Looks a bit premature to me, but let's say bishop takes c3, and queen takes c3. And with the idea, in case of d4, just bishop takes e4, yeah, because queen e4, I have rook e1. Okay, it's actually also not so I mean, takes, let's say at some point, yeah, takes. Also quite dangerous, but quite dangerous as well, actually. King of Fate, I don't know, Long Castle. Long Castle, maybe now you want to take on f already, so let's say rook e1. Yeah, but here again, black actually doesn't have really weakness. All pieces are active, so in general, if you just survive knight b6, king b8, you would be okay. So that maybe is not too bad. So rook d1 I like, I mean, much less because the pawn on g5 is hanging. Yeah, and I like my bishop on g4. Not that I am so, you know, enthusiastic about giving it for the knight on f3, but it's just that I don't see what else. Yeah. Yeah, so Fabiano, of course, is very experienced player, so he understands it is an important moment. He played d4, yeah? Finally. Yeah, e4 was played. I'm not sure. Yeah, again, I tell you, I'm not sure. I thought rook e1 was more interesting. Now, only thing, there is this move. I'm just wondering if ed is possible. But okay, it's I mean, I don't think he's going to play it. It's just too risky. But maybe it can be possible. Another option is bc3, but I doubt also. I mean, looks a little artificial. So let's say queen takes c3. This is logical, but frankly, I'm not sure if. Again, I don't know why. I mean, rook e1. Anyway, preparing e4 and then attacking pawn on g5. Actually, practically, if I'm not wrong, practically forcing black to take on f3, and it's quite important to get rid of this bishop. I would, yeah, I mean, I would play rook e1, unless Fabiano sees something very concrete. 1 second. So bishop c3. He played ed5. It's played or what? 1 second. Let me see. No, it's not played. Yeah, okay, yeah. But he's calculating, obviously. He's thinking about it, but I think he would play queen takes c3. But yeah, I'm actually not sure it was a good choice because, okay, let's say takes on e4 or gf first, but then ed takes. I don't know, d5. There is some tactical move d5, but I don't think it's going to be too dangerous, d5. Even I'm not sure even if you cannot just castle. Of course it's dangerous, but at least because you also have queen c5 always at some point. I mean, this d5 I don't think so. Then what? Bishop takes e4 and then castles. Yeah, or maybe if I can include gf would be nice if I have time, but maybe I'm not in time because moves like rook e1 is possible. Yeah, the only issue is the question is if black is in time actually with playing gf, because let's say after castle rook e1, okay, now I want knight takes g5 and black is just not in time to take gf because of bishop takes c6. So the question is after queen c3 if black, because if now black takes on f4 here, maybe white can already take on d5. So the question is when black will black have time to take the pawn on g5, because then if not, otherwise he will, I mean, have to take on f3, but that's then Fabiano is right not to play rook e1 but play e4 immediately. But all in all, yeah. So let's see, bishop c3. So Fabiano is thinking. He's thinking. What is he thinking about? I mean, I guess he calculates d5, but it's hard to believe. But after queen c3, yeah, now very important. Maybe black can find some move, some tactical way of getting out of trouble, if there is one. like knight f6. I was thinking maybe, no, but that is just bad. Even, no, I was thinking about this thing. First of all, queen e1, I don't see what is so good, but actually I think that can be very strong as well. Just giving up exchange, taking second pawn on e4. Looks pretty bad for black here. So, no. Okay, let's see. I mean, if again, it's not like a bad position strategically. It's tactically very dangerous. If there is some tactical way for black to finish his development, it's not going to be too bad, the position. So that's maybe I'm thinking now, what about takes, and in case of bishop takes c6, a brave castle. Because at least I connect rooks and I want my rook c8 at some point, yeah. I mean, also the white's king is in danger. Well, the point is maybe that I can just go rook e1. That is more unpleasant. Rook e1 first. Because you cannot castle short now, obviously there is bishop h7 check and the queen is, and long castle bishop takes c6, so this might be a problem. Okay, let them calculate variations. I mean, that's why, I mean, I'm sitting here quietly talking to you, and they are getting maybe well paid. I'm not. I'm just working for you. But my advantage is that I don't have to calculate all those variations till the very end. Yeah. I mean, bishop e4, frankly, yeah, I just don't really see what is he going to do, but I guess he has some idea. Okay, let's move to the main game. Yeah, so he took and played b4. I mean, AB knight c6, I guess he wants. I mean, it's actually interesting way of playing. There is knight e4, but usually knight e4 is not too dangerous. I guess the idea is if takes to go knight c6. Because then, I mean, not bishop takes b4, that would be too dangerous. Bishop g5, I'm sure he wants to play knight c6 and then to take on b4. Because if he would start with knight c6 here, maybe he was afraid that he will not be in time to play b4. Let's say this, and some typical thing like d5 might come, and maybe, I guess he was worried about it. That's why he starts in this very tricky way. Plays b4 and only after this playing knight c6 on, yeah, because if black manages his blockade, knight on b4, bishop b7 would be fine, probably. But of course, what critical move is, well, still white can of course play this position. I mean, it's complicated tense position. If I just let black take on b4, maybe put bishop on b1, knight on e5, and trying to attack at some point. But most of the time, I mean, yeah, black has enough resources in such positions to also to defend, to counterattack. It's extremely sharp and tense, but especially, okay, if rook was on e1, I would say, yeah, that could be really dangerous. But rook on e1 is a bit out of place, so maybe after AB, knight c6. Of course, you can try to keep the pawn playing b5, but yeah, that's AB. I don't see, because taking this pawn on b5, knight b4 comes, I don't believe will be anything here. Also, I don't know if you cannot just take on d4. I mean, maybe also possible. I don't see any refutation of this. Takes, but okay, there are some tricks, queen f3 or something, but actually AB should be also fine, because this pin on the A line is pretty annoying, it seems to me. So before, what is Hikaru going to do now? Knight e4. Probably, maybe knight e4, yeah, if he wants to play more like aggressive and sharp. Yeah, still, let's say I don't have to, but let's say if I even take simply, I mean, all black needs, as I've mentioned already, is just to develop his pieces and Okay, I'm not sure about taking because I don't even want to take on b2 really. I mean, because bishop b2. I mean, maybe white can even do this, but all in all, yeah, it might be okay for black actually. Before, it's a very important move. So I was thinking maybe it was tricky to start to play rook d1 here. And to keep options, because yeah, to keep options taken on d4 with a piece. Let's say if knight c6, then of course e4 already and d5. But otherwise, maybe I will take with a knight or something that was, or even still with a pawn, but trying to win a tempi. I mean, actually, even like this, but then the idea is that already black is never in time to do this because d5 comes. Yeah, that's so maybe rook d1, maybe just like was too much bullet on chess.com, yeah, and probably very quickly Hikaru just, no, actually not quickly, he took him 10 minutes to take on d4, so he was really thinking. But actually maybe rook d1 was a better move, because ed b4 now it's an important moment. I feel like I don't see, I mean, unless there is something very concrete, very direct, but I don't really see, I mean, after AB knight c6, I would probably go knight e4 instead. Even if not really sure that it's such a big deal for white already. Because knight is good on c3 here. In general, white must try to push d5 in these positions. And therefore he needs a knight on c3. So knight e4 is not what usually you want to do in Queen's Gambit accepted, but well, maybe there is not much choice already if you want to play for a win than doing this. Okay, 10th position. Let's quickly see what is Pragg doing. Oh, he went knight d5. No, no, I mean, it's not that it's too bad, but it's, yeah, I mean, just giving black a very easy play. I don't know, I guess knight d2 was not really working. I guess so. But frankly, I would even consider, if it doesn't work, I mean, playing something like this. Maybe it's not good, but at least, you know, you have initiative. f5 is threatening, because if knight takes b2, maybe queen c2. Rook d1, okay, maybe it's bad, but there is play at least, because I don't know, but I don't see why knight d2 was not working. Maybe it was not, but I couldn't find why. But this I don't like. I mean, knight e4, king g2. I mean, I don't like some a5 is always very annoying. a5, a4. I mean, something like that. I mean, because a4 is very unpleasant concept, and to play a4, then this knight is like hanging all the time. Yeah, it's very bad knight on b3 in general in these positions, and there can be a lot of tactics here. Maybe not, maybe slowly white, but even if black plays f5, he will have good counterplay. I mean, but yeah, he might try also to do something more. Let me see, something Kasparov style, yeah, like queen b4, attack the pawn. I'm just thinking queen c2, and now some sacrifice should come, Kasparov style. But actually maybe why sacrifice, just play f5 or something. I mean, white is pretty much tied up in this position. I mean, when I was looking at it from the white side, it looked to me, it's maybe more or less, it's not so clear, but actually when I start to look from the black side, it looks so nice. I mean, all pieces are active. I mean, white has trouble actually, you know, with this knight on b3, king. I mean, it should be very good for black. Okay, maybe I mean, again, computers maybe will manage somehow slowly to regroup and be fine with white. I don't know, but during the game it's very unpleasant. So yeah, I guess Abasov is quite tired already. Anyway, it's difficult for him. I mean, to compete on this level. And but okay, some games he was defending well, but it's, yeah, by last 2-3 games it becomes obvious that he's pretty tired actually, because the way he plays today, I wouldn't bet too much money on him today in this position. Even if it's objectively not too bad, but he plays slow and not good in my opinion. So let's see what Jan is doing. Jan started to think here. Well, I understand, of course, but it was maybe better a little earlier to think. Hopefully it's not yet too late to think, because it's not easy to understand how to proceed. Okay, I mean, well, whether DE, whether bishop takes f3, I suppose. What else? I don't see anything else. But both are not, like, I guess he's not fully satisfied with neither with one nor another move. Yeah, maybe this as a, yeah, I think I was trying to analyze this. Takes on f3, takes on e4. If it doesn't lose by force, okay, it's good news, but I don't see, maybe not, yeah, like this and castle. Of course, lots of dangerous moves like d5. I guess d5, rook e1 looks tempting, but maybe black can play queen f6 at least. The question is if something very direct like d5. What? No, but my intuition tells it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, black's position. There must be a way to get out, you know, with maybe a pawn down and some endgame which can be with good drawing chances and so on. But the worst thing is now for Jan that he must dismiss all variations like that, all variations where he has zero winning chance. Yeah, so which makes it even worse, because in this position, those are definitely the best variations are those where you just go into some slightly worse endgame, or even much worse endgame with drawing chances. I mean, but he kind of cannot do it. But what can he do then, if not that, yeah? I mean, a difficult choice for Nepomniachtchi. So Caruana has a very, very decent chance to win. I was totally wrong yesterday because I felt he was getting very tired. I mean, he was somehow couple of in the 11th, 12th round, he was not playing too well, I think. Actually, yesterday also he was not like playing incredible chess, but he wins. I mean, he wins. There is a class, yeah. There is still a high level, and even if he's tired, but the level is there, yeah. So, I mean, he might in fact win these candidates. It was quite difficult to imagine 2 rounds ago after he lost to Hikaru, especially very painful loss. But yeah, he's coming back. He's coming back. Not impossible. That, I mean, he just needs to Gukesh not to lose, not to win, and preferably not to lose, because in this case, if Fabiano wins, of course, I'm pretty sure he would prefer to play Gukesh instead of Nakamura. And then, okay, let's see. So here Jan is thinking, yeah, I guess very, very difficult situation for him now. In the sense that, well, I mean, it's actually quite difficult to find something, I mean, really acceptable. But on top of it, he has to find something not only acceptable, but also where he keeps at least theoretical kind of winning chances. And that is maybe a mission impossible already in this position. Okay, he's very, very inventive, Jan, and probably he will manage to find something, but it's not easy at all. Yeah, so knight e4 played, as I predicted, and now I would say, I mean, probably position is objectively more or less equal, but it's still, there is a lot of tension, yeah, in this position. I would think of playing bishop b7. I'm not sure. Yeah, again, you need to calculate variations here. Bishop b7 is interesting because I don't care so much about, again, about this pawn, yeah. I don't think it's really so relevant, this pawn. I mean, like knight c6 comes, no. This I wouldn't be too worried about that. I would be maybe more worried about knight c5 move. I'm just wondering if there is knight c5 possible. Maybe bishop d5, because okay, taking might also be okay, but the problem is that of course this I will do something like that. That is not good, but now black needs to maybe to keep this b4 pawn. I mean, to get some play against this pawn on c5, maybe by playing knight c6. It might be still actually okay, maybe not. I mean, bishop gets to d6 again. Yeah, it's like typical situation for this opening. It's very very tactical. Yeah, you need to calculate variations here, and this is more important than some kind of strategical. I mean, again, as I mentioned, as I said already, strategically it's pretty simple position, but very difficult tactically. So bishop b7, maybe knight c5, but, and if bishop f3, queen f3, this I'm not sure, but I was, yeah, I'm thinking maybe bishop d5 again, just to give this pawn and to try to develop knight to c6. This might be okay. And let's say if AB, knight c6. It looks perfectly fine for me, for black. So maybe knight c5, bishop d5. Knight e5, I don't see it working. Black wants just to get his knight on c6. Yeah, so maybe bishop b7. There is some idea to go knight g5, just trying to you know, to sacrifice something, but the point that bishop always gets to d5, it's very, you know, it's protecting very well bishop on d5, and then knight gets to c6. My feeling is that, yeah, once you neutralize this bishop a2, I mean, you stop kind of all these sacrifices on f7, etc., then black maybe is fine. So then what else left is to take on f6, bishop f6, and maybe rook d1 finally. Yeah, the idea that after knight c6, I want to be able to play d5 here. But still, after ba3, I mean, black is very solid. I don't think he has any problem actually here. Because, yeah, because it's important, there is always bishop d5 coming. Changing this pair of bishop is important. I think I would play bishop b7 here. I mean, you can take on a3, of course, but the point is that I'm not going to take back. Probably I'm going to go rook d1 or something, just to play for initiative. And because, okay, here, let's say you can take, yeah, your pawn up, but white has important tempest to develop his initiative and maybe even attack potentially. Maybe it's still okay, I mean, it's possible, but it's a bit scary, you know, when you play a game, especially when you need a draw, it's a bit scary. I would do this. It's much more solid somehow. I don't know, knight c5, bishop d5, maybe possible idea is to try to keep bishops at least, but then this bishop is very strong on d5. I mean, like knight c6 comes, I don't think it's going to work. Pawn on d4 becomes really weak. So after bishop b7, I think black is just fine. I mean, I don't see what is, because takes. If you take this pawn, I think knight c6, I don't see any problem. Why not knight c6? b5 is nothing, ab or knight d4, and otherwise you take, I mean, d5, e5. Black is active. I don't see a slightest problem for black. So after bishop b7, yeah, It's actually I was thinking now that in fact it's possible that Hikaru can also lose this game. I mean that Gukesh will win it because okay, for Hikaru he need to win. Its only way is to win. And then if position is equal and there is not a real chance, he can just completely start to bluff because he has nothing to lose anymore. Yeah, only maybe $3,500 for half a point, but I think he will play a couple of days, 500 bullet games and gain it back, on chess.com next day. So that is not his consideration, I believe, this 3,500. But yeah, I mean, he can really go completely crazy if there is nothing else. I mean, so I think Gukesh he might have a chance. I mean, because in this position, okay, if white very soon will need some drastic measures, yeah, to do something. And I frankly I don't really see what he's thinking, Gukesh. But I think bishop b7 is a good move. I don't see any. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't really see any kind of way for white to pose problems. I'm not even talking about advantage, but to pose practical problems. Okay, let's see. Maybe bishop d5. Maybe like finally to take here and at least take a pawn, but knight c6. I mean, it's not it's a bit kind of poor, this pawn, but still it's a pawn maybe. But it's really like heading to very drawish in general, seems to me. I mean, because even like taking on before this type of position, I mean, like takes, okay, yeah, bishop e3, you have a pawn, but usually it's nothing really. I mean, here knight c6, I mean, black has this full control on d5 square. I mean, it's impossible to do much with this pawn, like knight c6, rook b8, h6, whatever, the knight will get to d5. It's like, okay, nominally it's still white who is trying something, but practically, yeah, it's quite easy play for black, and normally should hold it without too much trouble. Another point that black can also take with a knight, but then at least knight e5, then at least you can try to, I mean, to keep this knight on b8. I would definitely take with the queen. Otherwise, knight c5, maybe there are other moves as well, but bishop d5 takes, no, it looks pretty direct. Knight c6, yeah, it looks very logical. I mean, maybe knight a6. Yeah, because I want knight c7 at least. Well, the question is if there is any realistic chance. At least you have this b pawn, but knight can get to d5. Very important square, very strong square for the knight. Let's say bishop e3, queen e5 or something. Then knight gets to d5. And this extra pawn, it's a double pawn. So, I mean, unless you just promote it quickly, which doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, this knight on a6 is a bit out of play. Doesn't seem to me anything really for white. Okay, let's see. So, Jan took on e4, and now Fabiano thinks. What is he thinking about? Well, again, just trying to be careful. I mean, bishop e4 looks very logical to me. Maybe after bishop e4, black will do this somehow. Maybe. Queen f6. fg, queen g5. It's no fun, of course, no fun at all, but at least like this. Not very funny, because probably you will at minimum lose some h5 pawn and just fight for a draw till the end of the game, but at least you managed to probably to get out here. Even though I'm not sure, by the way, a move like queen a5, just stopping long castle looks Also very dangerous. Yeah, not funny position for black. But what else? Bishop e4, maybe, yeah, queen d6, d5 comes. I don't know what to do after bishop e4. And as we already, wait, if this, then d5, yeah, was an issue. d5, I don't know, there is some queen a5, but I'm not sure. Queen a5 takes, queen a7, but I don't think you can take. I don't see any mate or anything. So I guess the simpler, I mean, more logical is just to push d5. Or rook e1 first, queen f6, I suppose. Now queen a5. I don't think it's going to be mate, even though it's a bit dangerous, of course, for black, but it's already too late to worry. Yeah, this is a position where you should forget about worrying. Just okay, close your eyes and play the moves and hope white is not going to mate. Yeah, I mean, for instance, this variation: queen a5 takes and queen a7, for instance, fg. And okay, now I was thinking if I can get my rook to b3 somewhere. There is d5 move also. Scary, but maybe, yeah, no guarantee it's going to be mate, and black has tasty pawns. Yeah, so I don't see at least anything decisive here. I mean, there is rook d3 move, but yeah, who knows what. So probably instead, well, the problem is more d5 move. Yeah, after d5, not easy to find the way, because maybe knight c5, can it work? I mean, work is too strong. I mean, it's not losing by force or losing by force. This is the question. I'm afraid by force, because I can check, play rook e1, queen d6. No, it's so bad. I mean, everything is hanging. If black manages just to be pawned down somehow, and it will be a success here. So no, this is not the way to play. But then what to do after d5? Because c5, d6 is not funny. So okay, queen f6, trying to change queens and just to be much worse. I mean, probably lost in this endgame, but to fight at least. But okay, this is, so I don't know what is the plan after bishop e4. Let's see. He took on a3. This at least it gives some play for white. Maybe it's also okay, but at least it gives. No, but b8, no, Hikaru, what b8, no. Now bishop b7, there's no problem whatsoever. No, I mean, I understand that. Again, I'm not talking about objective assessment of the move. I'm more talking that if you want to play for a win, I think you should play rook d1 and just, just give a pawn and so on. Because now bishop b7 seems to be even better version. I don't see any, any problem. Why not bishop b7? Of course, if ba, I would take ba, but I just thought that maybe white would do rook d1. But here, yeah, bishop b7, because already, for instance, if you go here, bishop d5, even white doesn't even have ab, yeah? So, doesn't really have anything here. So after bishop b7, what is the plan of Hikaru? I don't actually get it. I mean, takes. Because this position is very simple for black to play. Bishop d5, knight c6, and you need to pose problems very quickly here. If he just manages his bishop d5, knight c6, I mean, you can forget about all your winning chances. Yeah, so that's why I thought that, yeah, I mean, unless he has some clear idea after bishop b7, though I don't really cannot even imagine what kind of idea is possible here. But if not, then like maybe it's not impossible that after 2-3 moves he will lose all kind of realistic winning chances. Yeah, so that's why I would say that, yeah, I would seriously consider not taking. Yeah, of course bishop b7 play. No, I don't know. I would go already. You need to win. Not that I would be so depressed if you don't win, but I mean, if you need to win, just come on, go and make the game complicated. Yeah. because at least, I don't know, there's some maybe still bishop b7, yeah, but at least there are some tricks, maybe more tricks available. Knight c5 and okay, bishop d5, bishop b1. I mean, like, actually you have active rook. I don't, yeah, it probably doesn't work really so much, but I mean, at least it's more complicated. Rook a3, rook can get to the third rank, you know, some knight g5, rook h3, and mate, force mate, yeah. No, normally it doesn't work, but here I don't really see what he's going to do next after bishop b7. In this, again, in the sense of playing for a win. Okay, let's see. So what is Pragg doing? So he managed somehow a5, knight d2, at least he managed to change. And yeah, no fun for white. Black is doing very well, I mean, no problem at all, but at least he will defend, and he will try to defend with white, and probably he will lose at the end of the day, because still it's unpleasant position, I mean, for white. Because this bishop is pretty lousy, yeah, white square bishop. Maybe I would just go a4 here with black, just to get the pawn there. It's a free roll, I mean, for black, just like you enjoy life here, yeah. Okay, so Nepomniachtchi Caruana. So yeah, what is Fabiano thinking about? Maybe he like wants to win by force, like playing d5. Yeah, maybe he's considering this direct move. I just, like, I don't see there is no necessity, yeah, to do this, but maybe he still calculates, because I feel at first I thought queen c5 was possible. I mean, and it is possible, but maybe there is his ideas to play bishop c4 somehow, because the rook on h8 is hanging still after long castle. b4 maybe, or something. Yeah, I mean, it might also work, but I just don't see why to do it, because frankly I almost don't see a defense after bishop b4. Probably I'm missing something, otherwise he would have played quickly. Probably there is some way for black to get his like forces together somehow, yeah, and to keep fighting. Maybe just gf, bishop take, yeah, if bishops, but then rook e1, yeah, this we already discussed. One of the rooks, maybe even d, just to have the other one on h line. Rook d1, and long castle, maybe like this, in a computerish style, takes queen d6, and just, actually it can it can work somehow. I don't see a real refutation. Bishop d7, king d7, why not? Maybe that is the idea. Bishop e4, gf4. But d5, yeah, d5 can still be quite painful, because the rook is hanging on h8. Okay, maybe there is queen f6 or something. But then dc6 looks like good chances to lose material here. Yeah, gf. Maybe d5. Yeah, of course white has many really prospectors move. As I mentioned, after bishop takes c6, well, to start with you still have long castle, like crazy move, but okay, that's maybe a bit too much. But maybe you can do rook c8 is maybe possible, because if rook e1, rook takes c6, yeah, works. And then if d5, I guess some move like castle maybe or something. It might end badly for black, but okay, maybe he will get lucky somehow. Castles, rook h5. Who knows? Maybe, I mean, mate is threatening. That's a problem. f6 doesn't look great f6, rook h1 even. Okay, whatever. It's clear that white, I mean, black's position is very, very dangerous at least, but okay, what to do was not a fortunate. Yeah, bishop e4, and then now Jan, yeah, was very, very bad opening play, because I thought after the opening he at least, I mean, this queen c2, this position is considered to be perfectly playable. I believe if I'm not mistaken, it's like queen d6, maybe a move or something, attacking the pawn on g3 quickly. Maybe I'm mistaken, but at least, yeah, what he did is, yeah, that is really, I mean, if knight d7, then already not c6, and if c6, already not knight d7, yeah. So he gave this f4, and this is, yeah, I mean, now situation is, I mean, in the sense of fighting for to win candidates is more than critical. But even objectively, just to save it is already maybe very, very difficult. At least I don't see any clear path. I mean, how to, yeah, how to play. So let's come back. Okay, Prague. Well, a4, yeah. I played a4 as I expected. Here, bishop b7, and now Hikaru starts to think, but it's can be, I mean, can be almost too late already to think. I'm not sure, of course, but he needs, yeah, he understands that he needs to do something, you know. Even, I'm just wondering, even knight c5 might, no, I don't know if it works, because, no, because I thought maybe black could take and even take on d4, but here there is bishop e3 move works, because otherwise rook was hanging. But yeah, I mean, the problem is bishop d5, I suppose. So maybe white should start to even bluff, if something like that, put bishop on b1, and then knight c6, rook d1. It might easily get worse for white, because there is not that much attack, but at least, you know, to get more pieces on the board, and it can end quite badly for white, because, but at least it's more complicated. Knight e5 you want to play, yeah. It's not that much attack. I mean, if h6, knight h3, trying to get knight to f4. But yeah, the d4 pawn is pretty weak, and in general here, if somebody is better, I think it's probably more black, not white. But okay, what to do? Let him find a way. So the boss are in kind of difficult choice for both, for Nepomniachtchi and for Nakamura now. Very difficult choice. Especially for Nakamura, because yeah, it's takes, rook b1, okay, bishop d5. I mean, you need to do something. Knight gets to c6, and simply like game over, in the sense of you just cannot win this position. I mean, there is no way. You actually have to be accurately make a draw, yeah, but that's not the plan, I suppose. So yeah. Okay, I will maybe make a small break, since everybody thinks they don't want to make moves. So I will make like 5 minutes maybe break, if you don't mind, and then I come back. Don't leave, because I'm going to continue. So yeah, few minutes and I'm back. So I'm back. Yeah, I just wanted to say actually that 95 looks pretty unpleasant, and that's exactly what he did. Gukesh. Bishop d2. Let me check again if everything is okay, if you can see me, if at least someone is still there, or you all left already to listen to commentaries of, let's say, bots. I understand that this is much more entertaining and fruitful, but hope there are still some people who are with me now here. So let's continue. Yeah, that's Hikaru played knight c3. Well, first of all, the point is that I was not quite sure if after knight d7, but knight d5 is unpleasant. Yeah, and after bishop d2, yeah, I mean the question is what to do if I just take now and I still do the same. Of course, bishop is better on c3 than on c1, but does it really make much difference? I'm not totally sure. I mean, let's say knight e5. So maybe there is some tactical idea. Knight e5, knight c6, and now takes and takes on e6. These tactics, if it works, I mean the idea that in case of f e6 there is queen e6 and queen takes e6, and at the end of this variation there is rook c8. Okay, I see it doesn't really work. Take rook c8 and taking the bishop. Yeah, so even this doesn't work. So I think takes and bishop d5. I mean, then followed by knight c6. How white is going to, I wouldn't say get an advantage, but at least to get some play. I mean, because changing bishops is really like almost, you know, offering a draw, and playing bishop b1, yeah, maybe to keep the bishop, but then there is a risk of getting worse. Even knight can go to f6 or c6, maybe even more solid just here. I mean, white doesn't really have attack. He's not better, for sure, he's not better. Maybe he can only be slightly worse already here, but I guess for Hikaru it's better to be slightly worse than to change bishops and make a draw, yeah? But I don't really see. I mean, I don't know if it's the only way for black to play, but in the given situation, of course, it's the most convenient. Just take bishop d5. Because I don't see, frankly, a slightest idea how white is going to play for a win here. So Gukesh is thinking, okay, of course, he can do some other things, like maybe actually quite okay is also just playing knight d7 here, for instance, and then trying to get knight on f6, but not clear why to play like this, even though actually it's perfectly fine as well, because once you get knight on f6, bishop on d5. Yeah, so for Hikaru, opening didn't go well in this game, I think, and yeah, I would, yeah, so Gukesh played the move. Yeah, of course he took, and bishop d5 he's going to play, yeah. On knight d7, I mean, depends, yeah. But I think bishop d5 is like more clear-cut and simple way of playing. Don't see any reason why not to play. I mean, only knight d7 is maybe more like trying to play for a win, but I don't think he is already like playing for a win here. I mean, okay, so let's see Nepomniachtchi or not. Yeah, so he went g4. I was thinking about this move. Actually, it's interesting also, but why didn't he go d5? I mean, that is a question. That is a big question. I guess I guess there was something. I don't really. I mean, for me, I was worried. I mean, I didn't understand what is going to be played after d5, but I guess there is something. I guess so. Maybe knight f6, d6. What is after d5? I mean, I know, I understand that you know already what, but because you have the engine, but I don't, so I don't quite understand what. Okay, let's think. I mean, understand it sounds ridiculous nowadays when you have an engine to think, but still, I find it interesting, believe me or not, to think on my own sometimes. I mean, there is an idea to play long castle, DC and knight c5, but it looks so bad that maybe actually it's not too bad. No, it cannot be. It looks very bad. Like rook e1, whatever, something. I mean, cb, king b8. Maybe it's not too bad. I don't know. Because g4, I thought, okay, yeah, at least you can make long castle after g4, no? True, white will take on h5 or something, and or maybe he wants now to play d5, yeah. Even taking on h5 is not funny for black, but I mean, at least, yeah. I mean, g4, I guess long castle should be played. What else? h4 will not end well, but still, somehow I cannot really understand why not d5. Okay. I'm probably missing something, I guess. So, good. Good. Okay. G4, Jan is thinking. Gukesh, Nakamura. No, he played knight d7. No, of course, I mean, that's also okay, but it's a kind of, yeah, it's a little strange. I mean, that maybe he starts already thinking, you know, especially seeing that Caruana is actually, I mean, much better. So maybe he doesn't want to play tiebreak. I mean, the young man, he is already so confident that he wants to just to beat Hikaru with black and finish the story with it, yeah. Because otherwise, I mean, I think bishop d5 would be very solid. So knight d7, it's okay, of course. Also, there is no problem whatsoever with this move. But I was just wondering if rook b1, for instance. Yeah, no big deal. Even rook b8 is possible. Or bishop c6, whatever, yeah. No, it's clear that objectively white must just probably quickly play a couple of accurate moves and make a draw, yeah, I mean, objectively. What about d5? I mean, it will not work, but let's try. Takes. I mean, I had some little idea like playing knight d4 here, maybe. Trying to go knight c6, but yeah, it's also it's not really for any, even bishop f6 is possible, yeah. There is rook c8, everything is possible, yeah. So knight d7. Yeah, because it's true, if black will put knight on f6, he actually can start to be slightly better. I mean, it can be a bit unpleasant for white. What are the other options? Not so many options for white here. I don't know, I don't see the stream, but I guess Hikaru is shaking his head now. Shaking his head and being very unhappy with the situation. So, okay, for the moment here, this, yeah, g4 was probably a bit surprising move for Jan, but still unpleasant, I suppose. Still very unpleasant for black. So, okay, what is going on in the Praggnanandhaa game? Yeah, I mean, it's probably a defendable position for white, because okay, it's actually definitely black who is playing for a win, because he has a better knight, yeah, against quite bad white color bishop. So if you exchange one day black color's bishop, which is very likely to happen one day, then of course the knight is better than the bishop in this position. Very classical situation where the knight is clearly superior to white's bishop. But of course, white is quite solid still. Yeah, I mean, it's still a long way to win this position. If white is not going to help, to play some bad moves or to make mistakes, but something tells me, Pragg is a big favorite in this game. I mean, there is a fair chance he's going to win today. So if he wins, he will end up in 50%, as I understand. Then Vidit, Firouzja in minus, I think like -2, -3, something like that. Abasov is even minus more, maybe 5, or I don't even know. I don't know where to to see the standings actually. Well, who cares? Minus how much do they have? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. What matters is this, those two games. Knight d7, Hikaru is sinking. I understand, g4 sinking. Okay, let me maybe check the chat, and let's for the moment not that much to show. I mean, let them come up with moves, and I will see what you write. I've created this channel 3 months ago only. Yeah, true, maybe even less. So Gukesh most likely to win the candidates. Well, I mean, I'm not sure he's a favorite if he will play a tiebreak. I mean, which is still more likely than not. But well, I mean, for the moment he's clear favorite for the moment, because still Fabiano has to win the game and he can also win. So yeah, there is a fair chance. Are you still studying chess nowadays? And what do you think am I doing now? I am studying chess with you together. No, not much, but sometimes I have some people ask for some training sessions, so I do a bit, yeah. I worked quite a long time with Ali Reza, so at that time when I was working, it's already quite some time ago, but I was really kind of updated in the openings. I'm still kind of updated, but not like crazily. But yeah, I mean, I still can play opening. Yeah, I'm not losing by force with either color usually out of the opening. So my question: did you told that 2019 that Gukesh will be a world champion? I didn't tell that he's going to be world champion, but we had 2 sessions with all kids from India. I had one on my own, and then second one with Boris Gelfand in India, in Chennai. And it was amazing. It was clear, and it was quite amazing to see how talented are the kids. We had also Rigasi was there, and Gukesh and Pragg as well, and it was very obvious that the scale of talent is huge of all of them. Yeah, so will they become world champion? This you never know for sure. I mean, I told immediately to Sagar. I remember, I mean, he was there with kids, Sagar, who is main person of the Chess Base India channel, and after 2-3 days, we had a walk with him just alone, and I told, okay, it's clear that 3 guys for sure will be in top 10. That I can guarantee you already now. More, okay, that depends. But for sure will be top players. And I told him, I remember very well this sentence, I told him it will happen much quicker than you imagine. It will be rather soon. He didn't believe me so much back then, but actually you see now already, yeah. So I have a question. What are your relations with Niemann? Because he was like talking about me with compliments. And what about your training camp with Hans? No, I mean, yeah, we met with Hans. It's true, since he told it, there is a certain ethics that you don't tell. I mean, if you're working with somebody or training, or even have a small training meeting with someone, you don't tell it before he himself makes it public. So he made, yeah, we had a meeting. Well, I wouldn't call it really a training camp, but maybe 3-4 days. Yeah, we were working a bit, talking and so on. And but of course, yeah, I will not tell more because it's just a matter of ethics. When you're working with somebody, you don't. I mean, yeah, it shouldn't become public, and nobody has to know about what was we working about, what were we talking about, what does he want to improve, and so on and how. So that I'm sorry, but that I never, those details I never reveal. Uh, how would you compare your generation players with new generation Praggnanandhaa, Nodirbek? Well, I mean, there is only one comparison. I mean, we were very talented, and they are extremely talented. I mean, chess, of course, is a bit different nowadays, but actually there is a lot still the same. When I see the young guys like Praggnanandhaa and Nodirbek, okay, I see ourselves, yeah, like me, Shirov, and Anand, when we were just getting to the top, it's the same story: energy, talent, very big motivation, determination, and love for chess. I mean, I could see you can, yeah, it's those are things which are in common in every generation. But of course, chess is a bit different. But it's very nice to see that. There is I mean, a wave of very, very strong, very talented young players, a new wave. And for the old guys, old maybe in brackets, not as old as me, but at least like even Wesley So and Aranyan, I don't even say, is already 40, but I mean, even guys who are now 30, 32, or Jan Nepomniachtchi, it will not be easy, because this generation, I can see, these are real guys. I mean, they're very, very good. A lot of talent and very strong already. So this is a very, very, I mean, it will be very, very strong generation for very long time. Who will become world champion, when? Okay, that is, I'm not, I don't have extra sensoric abilities. Yeah, I don't know. But it's clear that they will be there on top of chess for a while. I mean, for years and years, that's for sure. So, let's come back to chess, if there is any chess. There is, yeah. Bishop b1, rook c8 is played. You know what? I think he's going to win, Gukesh. Something tells me he's going to win. Because, I mean, it's just... Actually, he's just better, I think, already. I mean, again, better. First of all, really, yeah, objectively slightly better. Secondly, okay, I mean, it's like for white now, the way to play is just to forget about any way of winning, and actually he doesn't have equality anymore. I mean, white has to defend now. His position is very unprospectorous. He has to go to passive defense, and I'm not quite sure that Nakamura is in the mood to defend, just to defend and to try to make a draw. But otherwise, well, it's a very unpleasant position already, because what to do if queen d3, knight f6 comes, it's threatening bishop e4. I mean, d5, I thought maybe d5, but doesn't work. I think queen takes d5, and after bishop f6, mate is threatening, but there is intermediate queen takes d3, just pawn down. And what to do otherwise? I mean, black will just play knight f6 and get a3 pawn becomes a bit weak. d4 is obviously, but always weak in these structures. I mean, bishop b4, it's pretty sad. Let's say I can take and play knight f6. d4 is hanging, b4 will be weak. I mean, it's just a very unpleasant position which you have to defend. I mean, knight d5 comes very unpleasant. So I think it's much worse actually. I mean, I don't know what engine is saying, but I don't really see what I mean, bishop b1 was not a good move at all. Well, there was no good move, but again, as I tell, maybe there is a way like to play d5 and try to make a draw already now. or at least not bishop b1, because this now actually I think that if Hikaru would offer a draw here, I don't know if it's allowed. I don't think it's allowed here in this tournament, but I think Gukesh would refuse already. Because he has actually no real risk unless he blunders simply. But a very strong top player can lose this position only by blunder. Not going to lose it otherwise. And for black, I mean for white, it's becoming really not funny. Okay, so it can end actually the candidates today. It's not impossible. Okay, let's see. I'm a little bit running ahead of time, yeah. But bishop d2 is played, yeah. Knight f6, obviously. But well, what can I say? He's slightly worse and has to defend now. If only slightly. I'm not sure it's slightly. It might be already considerably worse. Bishop d3. Okay, at least. Well, I mean, the question is if it's not just a pawn. I mean, well, it's not such a big pawn. I mean, there are good drawing chances, but still it's a pawn. Because, as I understand, yeah, because if bishop a6, okay, this is hanging, I believe, yeah. And well, maybe you can play like protect rook d1, but it's a pawn. So it's a minimum black can have is safe, but maybe it is not the most. I mean, maybe black can even get more ambitious and play a move like a5 or something, just to really to start. I mean, like playing seriously for a win already. Not even because bishop f3, I believe it's totally safe, like safe, and you cannot lose there. But a5. Like if he will play a move like a5, it would clearly mean that he's played for a win. I mean, that would be very clear. And frankly, there is absolutely no reason objectively, again, if you don't consider the situation now, absolutely no reason not to play for a win in this position. Again, I don't know what is the assessment of the computer here, but I mean, I don't know, let me guess. It's interesting. I think I would tell it's like 0-5 for black or something. Maybe that would be my guess. Maybe less a bit, 0-3, 0-5. But most important is not even that. Most important that it's easy to play for black and it's risk-free. Actually, it's risk-free position. So let's see what is happening here. Long castle. Yeah, so the idea, I suppose Fabiano wants to take with a rook on h5, yeah, and then to get the strong. I still don't know. Maybe I still don't quite understand why he went g4. I still don't know what am I missing, because I mean, rook h5. Yeah, okay, but even move like knight f6 may be possible. I mean, it doesn't look like it's winning or anything, yeah? Take knight f6 maybe also. I mean, it was a very strange decision, g4. To what? Maybe now d5? But then why not immediately d5? Because I thought anyway black has to play long castle. Now I can now I understand, I think. Now I understand. Maybe the point was that like after d5, something like this, let's say dc takes, and after maybe you can take, and if takes there is long castle move, which I was missing. Maybe there is this move, and yeah, this might be very close to a draw. That is maybe the reason why he started with g4. But true, after long castle, now rook h5 or gh5 would be nice, of course, to change one rook and to get the second one there, but maybe gh5, because rook h5 I'm not sure if black needs to take here. Maybe he has some other move. Yeah, I don't really see it, because knight f6 I thought, but that's, even this looks very not, I mean, definitely not equalizing, to put it mildly. Yeah? Also you can take actually and play d5. I missed, because there is a pin, you cannot, there is no knight e5, there is no cd5 also. Probably this should be much better for white, so maybe rook h5 is his plan. And if you take, I take, now I want rook h1, and of course the pawn is potentially very dangerous, but still not so many pieces on the board, so my feeling is that it shouldn't be too bad for black. I mean, maybe not bad at all, even after knight f6. After all, yeah, because what is such a big problem here? The other point, the other actually thing is that maybe it doesn't matter already. Yeah, if black will win in Gukesh game, it doesn't actually matter so much. Still, it's a question. Yeah, maybe GH. Hard to say. What is the plan? Okay, here. No, he took the pawn. Yeah, so he wants to play really safe. Yeah. But now there is a fair chance. I mean, I think he should have actually gone a5, because here I don't think he's going to win this position. Yeah, he is, okay, he's safe, he cannot lose, but unlikely to win. And after a5, maybe there are more chances, I don't know, to forward. Because now I think, I guess queen b7 will be played, I suppose. Bishop is under attack. Maybe bishop c5. Because some knight g4 comes, yeah. I'm not so sure about this, because here you can get mated very easily, yeah? Like this, or maybe even some tactics, bishop takes f2, queen d4 check or something. Can easily get mated. So maybe it's not so, I mean, at minimum, of course, black can always do something like this. This is at minimum, yeah, just simply take back on a3, but it's a draw. I mean, he's not going to win this. He will press a bit, but it's a draw. But it's probably white is not in time to pick up this pawn, because, yeah, well, first of all, queen h4, I mean g3, lot of tactics, bishop f2, maybe king g2, but even move like queen h5 is very dangerous. This f2 pawn is weak, but also I'm wondering if black cannot just take here. Okay, there is always king h1, but it's not great. And if you take, my plan was, yeah, to start like queen d4 check or something. I mean, it's very scary for white, because there is no bishop e3, I suppose, knight g4 check. Anyways, yeah, it's I don't think Hikaru is going to play like this, but objectively what he has to do is to try to change bishop maybe for the knight at some point. I mean, to end up in some opposite color bishop, long endgame like 4 against 3 with queen and rooks, and then to defend it for 90 moves and try to make a draw. Probably there will be nothing better than that for him in this game. But if he's not ready for that, it can end badly for him. Yeah, no, he goes for it. Not sure after bishop c5, what does he want? I mean, it's awfully dangerous. I mean, not that it's dangerous, okay, this, who cares, but I don't quite understand. I mean, he's burning all bridges. I mean, okay, what is the idea after bishop c5? Okay, maybe bishop b4, but I was thinking of a5 move, for instance. In any case, it's best you can manage here with rook b8 is also possible. I mean, best you can manage with white is 4 against 3, knight against bishop, which is very, very unpleasant. For example, rook b8, I suppose queen takes a6, and then just this endgame, which is very difficult. I mean, it is maybe objectively, theoretically a draw, but it's not like rook 4 against 3. I mean, with knight, especially knight against bishop, its chances are 50-50 for black to win this position. So queen b7, I mean, I understand it's anyway not funny position, but it's burning bridges, because I don't believe bishop takes a6. I mean, queen takes a6 can work. I don't believe too many threats here. For instance, okay, let's see, queen h4. I think g3 is needed, yeah. After queen h5, it looks very dangerous, but can I take, for instance? I mean, maybe king g2, queen h5, bishop e2. I mean, it's on the edge of losing, but even if not losing, it's just nothing good, yeah, here for white. Let's say queen h3, maybe still bishop f1, bishop takes f2. And if queen h5, because this f2 pawn is extremely weak, yeah. I mean, bishop e1, knight g4, you can just get mated. So I don't think, and then again, as I mentioned, at minimum, black can take and play rook a8. Probably you already know that computer says black is winning after bishop f2 or something. I don't know. I don't know, but or queen h4. I mean, it looks pretty bad. Yeah, bishop f2. I mean, I don't know. Maybe here you can just take and go with the king. I would be surprised if this would work, but who knows? Nowadays computers, you know, play like this and pretend that this is the way to play chess, yeah, and it's always been a way to play chess, but I'm not sure, yeah. But I think Hikaru is kind of already in the bluffing mood. He just wants to bluff and to see if his bluff will work. The only his problem that the position, yeah, this I don't understand at all, because he could have gone d5 on move earlier, I mean before. But okay, let's say there is some idea. I'm just wondering if I play h4 here, can I do this? I mean, I understand it doesn't look great, but at least now I have my pawn, and okay, my plan was, let's say, to go with a knight anywhere. Let's say c5. Can I do this? I mean, very likely I cannot, but I mean, knight where? Knight b6. Must be lost, must be bad, but I don't see how exactly, at least. But there is also if queen e5, by the way. I mean, I have a feeling it's actually closer to a draw now. I don't like how Fabiano played this g4, d5. I don't like it. I think it feels like black would have a reasonable position here. And there must be a way to hold it somehow. Maybe even, I don't know, what if I do knight f6, bishop f5 check, rook, king b8, rook e1, yeah, because knight f6 is principal. Okay, if you take, I just want to take on e4 maybe. So I guess check, king. Still you need to prove it, yeah. Let's say king b8, or even king c7. King b8, if take, maybe I can close my eyes and take on g4 here. And yeah, it doesn't look like a big deal. I would still consider taking on h5. But again, now a difficult part starts. You need to calculate variations, and that is a difficult part. But in any case, yeah, actually, in fact, it might end in a draw now. I think it's quite likely it will be a draw, and then Gukesh will not even need to win. Even though I start to feel more and more that he is going to win. Because I don't understand what Hikaru is doing. I guess bishop e1 he should play, maybe, yeah? Maybe at least to protect this pawn on f2. Then it's not clear at all why he played queen b7. I don't quite understand. That's a big question then. But okay, let's see. By the way, if I'm still streaming. I think I'm still streaming, strangely enough, because maybe I was just thinking that maybe for already like half an hour I'm talking to myself, but seems to be not. So yes, thoughts about how streamer is playing against. You mean Nakamura? No, but he is very uneven, player. So he plays some games, he played extremely well here, like with Praggnanandhaa, excellent game. But some he played awfully, really bad, yeah. Like both games with Vidit, and today, for the moment, he's really playing bad. So I don't know why, but it's like difficult to. Difficult to judge his level, because it's very different days. But today obviously he's not himself at all. Plays so far, he's playing really not well, and but still he has objectively considerable drawing chances. Probably, especially taking into consideration that probably Gukesh is already looking around, looking at the other board, seeing that maybe there will be a draw, good chance of a draw, and if it will be a draw, I think Gukesh will immediately try to force it somehow, and of course he can do it at any moment, but unless he's going to actually win earlier, but. It's more and more starts to look like there will be no tiebreak, because first of all, more and more looks like situation is not so bad already for Jan, and that it's actually pretty bad for Hikaru. No, I think he must play bishop e1. Okay, it's also just logical. Anyway, it will be necessary to play bishop e1, and there is no point after queen a6 to calculate if you're getting mated by force or maybe not by force. It's just like intuitively, it's just too dangerous. To me, and again, the worst is that in the worst case, black can take. Maybe then there is some tactics at least. If you take on rook a8, there is this move available. That's maybe a tactic, because if rook a6, bishop c5. Well, still, of course, black is not risking anything, but at least maybe like this you can save it. But I doubt the plan is queen takes a6. You need to calculate bishop f2 first of all, which I'm very sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to do it. It's already beyond my abilities at this time of the day, and also while I have to be talking, also when calculating. But I will just mention that this move is very interesting and needs to be calculated. But even if not, this move is very serious. You want knight g4. I guess it looks to me like g3 is only move. And now again, bishop takes f2 must be very seriously considered, but if not, anyways, a move like queen h5, or let's say queen h3, threatening knight g4, only move I believe is bishop f1, must be. And now again, bishop f2 is always dangerous, always has to be checked, but even if not, queen f5, so queen e2, And okay, maybe here white can be in time, but I'm afraid that bishop f2 is going to finish the game here. Yeah, it's very likely because king h1. I mean, finish. White can still try to fight with just pawn, but that should be lost. And if king f2, something tells me it's not going to end well. So let's say, I don't know, let's check. Queen takes h2 check. Because if bishop g2, there is knight e4 check. And if king f3, well, at minimum you can take on g3, take on g2 with 3 pawns, attack and so on. So yeah, must be made somehow. I mean, not made of course, but like it must not work for white, must be winning for black. So that's why I would just go, you know, like bishop e1 and don't even think much here. Even though it looks to me like Hikaru is just like blundering every move, yeah, because whatever move he plays is like he starts to think after quite an obvious response of the opponent. I mean, here, okay, bishop b1 to me, I understand it's not funny position, but it's a strange move. At least a4, a5, you know, bishop is active on white to play yourself. Okay, rook c8, he clearly missed, because now it's very uncomfortable, not clear what to do with the bishop. Bishop to knight f6, bishop d3. He might be that he simply missed bishop takes f3. And here rook d1, queen a4, but I think here queen b7 is, I mean, not that there are too many good moves here, but queen b7 he might end actually coming back with the queen on to f3 at some point. Yeah, he played bishop e1. Yeah, could have done it if he would be listening to to my stream. He could have done it earlier, yeah, to save time. But okay, joking. So Nepomniachtchi. So Jan is thinking. Yeah, I guess Jan is in the crossroad. He understands he needs to find, if there is any slightest chance, yeah, to find a way that not only just to go to a slightly worse endgame and try to hold it, if there is a way, but to try to find a way how he can trick, I mean, maybe at least one trap, yeah, one trap in a row in this game. So which is also not trivial task, yeah, to set a trap here, even for such a master of traps like Jan is. I don't really see it. I mean, maybe the situation is not too bad, and then there is a way for black to, I mean, with very, very accurate play to make a draw, but this is not what he wants, and what he wants he cannot get, yeah, probably here. That's a problem. King b8, there is a move. Pretty sad move, but dc, bc, but okay, it's quite sad also. Yeah. Okay, let's see Praggnanandhaa. Okay, white actually, yeah, white is, I don't like how he played. I don't like that he took on c3, because now b6 pawn is a bit, I mean, maybe now it is actually, I think he didn't do well. I don't know why he took on d4. I mean, on c3 I don't like this whole sequence of moves. I don't like. f4, queen d2. Yeah, now a4 pawn is a bit weak. Now it's just maybe already, I would even say, pretty equal. No, I think he played really not well this part of the game. Okay, let's come back to Hikaru. Bishop e1. So yeah, Jan is still thinking. Okay. So what would I do now? I mean, yeah, quite a number of interesting options for black, but nothing like very clearly Again, yeah, I guess it's very tempting for him to play a move like rook d8 or something, just to, you know, to get to endgame 4 against 3 and to press a bit, and but probably it will be a draw. But something tells me there must be a way here for black to, you know, if he plays more like aggressive, he can get a serious advantage. That's my feeling. But you need to bite the bullet. Yeah, you need to have the stamina, you know, not to force a draw in this position, which actually possibly will just give you clear first place. Can you imagine, okay, if you continue, you blunder something, at some point you lose, and actually the other game ended in a draw. Then because then you you understand that you could have just forced it at any moment, yeah. So yeah, there is always in back of your head this idea that, okay, if I just force a draw, I'm at minimum at tie breaks, yeah. And then the idea that if finally Fabiano will win, and then you will in the evening, same evening, you will sit and tell to yourself, but why did I force a draw when I was just better, yeah? So yeah, not easy. Yeah, a5, yeah, that was my, also I saw that a5 objectively is the best move probably. Like queen b5 I would consider. Because if you change queens, I think white shouldn't lose normally without queens. I mean, because two bishops are strong. It's more like, I think black should play for initiative, for attack here. I mean, if he wants to play for a win, something like this. Yeah, that is the way of playing. I mean, because the bishop is much more active than this bishop, yeah? And the knight can get to g4. So objectively, why probably, even if they exchanging queens is very safe, and still white is suffering a bit, but already not so much. But objectively, probably black should, you know, keep the queens on the board. So queen b5. I mean, or maybe queen f3 back, admitting actually the mistake. Okay, oh, h3. What is... No, it's difficult to win also for black if white... I mean... well, the point, if black manages here to change bishops, to change pair of bishops, and keep the a pawn, I mean, not to lose it on the way, I mean, that would be quite difficult position for white. So how much time? 45 minutes, 32 minutes. I don't know what. There's not so many like constructive moves here. Well, actually, maybe rook c1. What about rook c1? Because I don't think you can take on a3 because your queen will be trapped. I mean, queen a3, I just suddenly realized that after rook a1 there are no squares for this queen. Well, anyway, there is rook b8 maybe move, but maybe rook c1 at least pinning. I mean, there is some kind of pin. I don't know what does it bring. Not that much, but at least it's a pin. Well, not really, because you can actually, now I realize you can even probably take on a3. Okay, some tactics. There is an opportunity to blunder something. I mean, take on a3. The idea is that if rook c8, queen takes d1. I mean, the rook is hanging on d1. But now I'm thinking that maybe after bishop a3, first of all there is strange move rook a1, but this I don't believe. This shouldn't work. But maybe there is bishop b5 move. Queen b3. Let's say, no, then already queen c8. No, but you could, sorry, maybe, yeah. Rook c1, bishop a3, also maybe queen c8 is possible, yeah. Well, black can, yeah, just play rook b8 or something, but maybe rook c1 can end pretty badly, of course, because it's not, like, not you are, I mean, you pin, but you're also, in a way, pinned on the c line. But still. just trying to understand some strange variations like this. Queen f4. Okay, I'm threatening knight g4, g3, bishop takes f2 check. Suddenly I started to think about it, but it doesn't work. So I thought check, takes, rook takes e1, gf, rook takes d1, but there is bishop f1, and I don't think I can make use of this pin. Okay, just some stupid lines, unnecessary lines coming to my old mind. So okay, maybe rook c1, but difficult to make a choice here. But he played. Yeah, dc finally. Yeah, queen b5 he plays. Yeah, I think black shouldn't change queens now. I mean, move like queen f4, for example. I don't know, f4 or h4. Because queen h4, I'm wondering if you want knight g4. I mean, f4, of course, it's more tempting because, like, you're pressing the f2 pawn, but g3 still. F2 is weak, of course, but don't see immediately how to. Maybe just queen e5. Yeah, but that's. I mean, there's a lot of tactics hanging in this position, like knight g4. I mean, it's tricky, but somehow I don't quite see how. Okay, so maybe queen h4. Yeah, finally, queen h4. Just wondering if white cannot try to pin. I don't. I mean, like no, shouldn't be. This shouldn't work. So what to do? Let's say g3 because knight g4 is a threat. G3, but then this h3 or h5. Let's say h5. Maybe h3 just to have knight g4 threat. Well, at least maybe that's only kind of small chance for Hikaru is to try to get into some kind of strange variations when black seemingly winning, but in fact it's not so easy, and to trick his young opponent. Yeah, maybe like for instance, just as an idea, like rook c1, because first I thought knight g4 is just finishing, but maybe white can actually take on c5. I don't see mate here. I mean, queen h2, king f1. And then, yeah, and then to trick some check king e2, and there is no mate, and suddenly there is not even a draw. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, a bit childish scenario, of course. I mean, it's more likely to get mated like this, but that's at least some kind of a chance in this position, which doesn't really, I mean, like, given a slightest hope for white to win. So here dc knight c5. Yeah, so he went h4. I think I was talking about it, but was just pretty much worried about bishop f5 check here. Yeah, it's pretty clear that Jan is just trying to get at least a slight chance to play for a win. I mean, like this. I guess after check he wants to play to b8, I suppose. Or maybe knight e6 he wants. I don't know, knight e6 looks. I mean, king b8 would be better unless it's losing by force. It's a better move, but not sure. It actually can, of course, lose. Like before you go knight a6, maybe. I don't see it. I don't see how. Okay, because CB, yes, CB is maybe actually unpleasant, but at least. And at least what after CB? Maybe like take on d1, queen e3 check. At least some pawns are running here and there. Well, it's too strong word to say that they are running. Not really so much, but like king. But at least it kind of gets a bit tricky. h3, yeah. It's I mean, king c2, take on c3, h3. Well, a little tricky, yeah. Something like that, I guess he wants to try his luck, yeah. But of course it might also, he might not get lucky, yeah. Also when you try your luck, you might end up being unlucky. I mean, I'm just wondering here if rook d1, for instance, this move kind of looks very annoying to me. Threatening. Okay, I want bishop f5 check, and if knight e4, rook e4, because then f4 falls somehow. Okay, of course black has drawing chances always, but like if queen c7, at least I can take on b7, take on 7, take on f4, and okay, it's a difficult endgame which you have to try to save, yeah, with some chances but no guarantee. But anyway, yeah, so actually rook d1 I quite like, because I don't see, okay, maybe king b8, but then what I would be worried about is like retreating the bishop somewhere, maybe even on c2, or maybe knight e6 and like cb7. I mean, after all, yes, there is h pawn, but the king is weak and white is pawn up, so okay, let's see. I mean, there is a quite a significant, I mean, interesting choice for white, what to do. Let's see. Yeah, so now Gukesh is at the crossroads here, so he is hesitating whether to change queens up, well, and probably to press for a very long time, but more likely to make a draw, or to go. But the way he plays from some point on, my feeling is that he will try to play for a win. I mean, he will keep queens on the board. Because he's clearly already quite, no, I'm mistaken. Takes on b5, but this, I think that Hikaru will not lose it. I mean, bishop b5, because the a pawn is a bit weak, yeah. I mean, it was a strange decision for me. I thought, yeah, he should keep queens on the board. Maybe I'm wrong, but here bishop b6. Yeah, of course he will press. Yeah, he will press, but I don't really believe two bishops. No, white is not going to lose it, I think. I still believe, maybe I'm wrong, but I still believe he should have kept queens. But yeah, again, yeah, as I explained you, yeah, of course, this idea in the back of your head that, you know, you just like, you secure that you will not lose like this. And I guess it's tempting, yeah. Or maybe I'm just wrong and it's objectively best continuation, but my feeling tells that it's better to keep queens. It was better. So here, Fabiano takes time, calculates. Tries to find the most convenient way, yeah, to be better. I mean, I guess he is better in more than one way. But probably, yeah, that's why I'm thinking about rook e1, because I would actually like to keep both rooks here, because one rook you need to kind of take care of h pawn, that it will not promote, and second one you kind of need to collect pawns, because if you change one rook, then okay, then you cannot really to move too far the other one, because h pawn might start to run. And I don't like so much to move a bishop away, because some queen is 3 at some point. That's why, yeah, I would probably seriously consider the d1 move. So here I would say, yeah, now situation is a bit, yeah, it's more, actually this game becomes more clear, because this I don't really think he's going to win. I think he made actually a mistake which could potentially cost him World Championship match. I mean, because I think if he would keep queens, he would have, well, considerable winning chances. Now it's not even so much better, because two bishops are good. I mean, I don't see. No, he's clearly just heading for a draw now. Yeah, I think just. I mean, there is not even a realistic chance, because he actually changed. I would prefer. It's still a draw, but actually I would prefer without a pawns for black, and he could have gotten it easily, even without the pawns. Here I don't believe black has any realistic chances, so this. Okay, so now this is a game, yeah? This is a game to follow, so let's see if Fabiano manages. Because of course you should not forget they're tired, very tired already, yeah? There is also this nerves, but also on top of it tiredness, so easy to blunder in such situation. That's why I'm just kind of wondering if I do this and rook h1. It's a little strange, but it's very, very direct. I mean, I guess rook d1 and now king takes d1. I understand how it looks like, but just the question is what to do with all these pieces hanging. I mean, if check, then king c2, for instance, or rook d8 check. Let's say. Yeah, rook d8 check, king c2, queen d6, I mean, there is a kind of disharmony in black's camp, but I don't see how to make use of it. Maybe there is no way to use it. So, okay, then, or maybe rook d1, just to play like this, because rook is hanging on h8. Maybe actually this, because where rook, maybe queen e3 check then, yeah? Maybe queen e3 check, yeah. No, still, my choice would probably be rook d1. Well, I just have some absolutely ridiculous, crazy idea, rook d7. It just got to my mind. Is it possible to try? I mean, what if rook d7? No, I guess it doesn't work, but still, rook d7. Okay, knight takes d7. What else? I mean, there is knight takes e4 maybe, but I don't think it will work, knight takes e4. Even f takes e4 probably. Then queen takes e4, rook d1. No, it shouldn't work. No, my idea is actually knight takes d7, take. Okay, king d7 is made, rook d1, so king b8, and now just to keep this pawn, like bishop f5. I mean, yeah, of course, it's strange, because now, like, you cannot move, so rook h6, queen c8, but yeah, it's also risky, yeah, you can lose also with white. But, okay. No, probably not, but it's kind of nice move. It looks nice, but there is a feeling it might actually, there might be some tactics here. I mean, the number of seemingly promising moves here for white. What else? Well, still, it seems to me rook d1 is a very, very good, solid option. Maybe black will do this after, and again cb, king b8, but well, should be better for white, but at least it's not over. If takes here, at least I don't see an immediate win. Okay, let's see here what is going on. a4 g3. By the way, I'm not sure about a4. I don't like so much a4 because now black has this square for the knight on b4. I don't see why did he play so quickly a4, because now there is a potential, let's say, to get, if he managed to get bishop here and change bishops, he will be seriously better again. And in the worst case, he can always play knight b4. I would keep pawn on a3 just to cover the square and play a4 maybe later one day. Yeah, I mean, if I need. I think it's a bit premature to play a4. I mean, now maybe he will again have to suffer a bit. No, I think it's actually, it's a considerable mistake to play a4. I mean, it's still a draw, of course, but like from, to my understanding, quite easy draw. Now it becomes, in a practical sense, a bit less easy. No, actually, it's a serious mistake, I think. I mean, how to make a clear draw. This is not so obvious to me, because black has plan. He can start pushing pawns for the moment. At any moment he can go knight b4 when he wants, because yeah, you can get king on e2, but then what? Let's say king e2, maybe I start pushing g5, h5, whatever. And then maybe trying to get somehow via some squares my knight to d4. This is a tasty square, d4. And let's say I would just go g5, for instance, yeah, just to stop this pawn structure. I mean, bishop d2 maybe. Okay, h6, whatever. King f6. I mean, yeah, maybe g5, at least h6, h4. You start to change pawns. Maybe not g5, like h5 simply. Yeah, bishop is, yeah, okay. It's still, yeah, a4 was not good. Not good at all, I think. He should have done the same, maybe g3, king e2. I mean, why do you need a4? Why do you need to weaken the square, this before square? Okay. So let's see. How is Prag doing? Okay. It's an interesting plan. He's trying to break through here. I don't quite get rook, and if rook b1, I guess rook e8 he wants, or maybe even b4. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think white didn't have to do this. Okay, anyways. Maybe now it's getting a bit tricky for white. I mean, rook b1 is a move, I suppose. You should not let the b line, yeah. I mean, but after rook b1, I feel like b4 is his plan. It's Prag's idea, maybe b4. And now, for example, if you take, I think there is this move possible. And if you take a2 and, I mean, take on b8, a2, the pawn promotes. Yeah. So, okay, this is a bit cooperative variation, but if AB, for instance, CB, bishop A4, maybe some tricks here. Okay, knight E4 is possible also, but yeah, okay, let them play. I mean, rook, I guess rook B1, so what is another idea? Rook E8. I was thinking about rook e8, but then I thought maybe king f3. Doesn't look so clear to me, because takes, rook a8 now. Yeah, now rook a8, so maybe rook e8 is the idea. Yeah, probably at the end of the day, if, I mean, he might win finally. So let's see. Ah, b6. So what did he play? He checked and played king b1. Okay. b6. Well, b6 is not something. Yeah, but actually it's tricky. He wants knight a6, knight c7, but okay, no, I don't trust it. b6. There was nothing better, yeah. This I don't believe. I don't believe you, Jan. This cannot work. Again, my idea rook d7 is very tasty, yeah. But I mean, actually, it's kind of danger. Ah, but wait, it's knight d7, c7 check, maybe. Ooh, rook d7 if take. Can I do this simply? Maybe just winning, no? I mean, king b7, bishop e4 should be over. I think he just blundered. Rook d7 looks very strong. I mean, okay, if you take with rook, well, at minimum I can take on h8 and here, but I guess takes should be bad. Rook d8, I don't think you will ever manage really to take this pawn back. Like rook e1 or rook e8, no, this should be bad. Rook d1, I don't believe it. I mean, rook e1, let's say, queen d6. Not that I see immediately how to win it, but maybe rook d1 actually, yeah? Because I think you can never really take here. On d7. And h3, yes, some pawn can run a bit, but not too far. Not for too long and not too far. Should be bad, this. And then, yeah, rook d7 is just very powerful. What to do? Because knight d7, c7 must be just win. King b7. And now, okay, takes... No, but I mean, takes bishop e4 check, yeah? What to do? Okay, maybe queen takes e4, rook c8. It's not easy to win still. No, but should be a win. And king c8, cd. Yeah, I think he just blundered probably. Maybe I'm missing something, but seems to me. So f5, rook c4. But what is next after rook c4? Let's say maybe black can keep on pushing his pawns. Maybe rook c1 he wants, yeah? Yeah, it's still... I'm not sure about the f5 move, by the way. But still looks pretty drawish, yeah. Still looks like he must... Yeah, must manage a draw without too much difficulty here. And I think Fabi should be winning, simply. Should simply be winning. I mean, even... Just wondering, even if I play b4, I mean, it seems to me that Jan just like blundered everything in one move. I mean, even this move. And the idea that if knight a6, I just go the same, rook d7. Because if you take, if queen b4, I think I'm winning just taking and rook c1 and rook c8, yeah? There is no way to stop it. And otherwise it's also simple win. Queen c8 is threatening. No, it just finished immediately, yeah? So maybe even b4 is even simpler. I mean, knight e6, I guess, then what else? Knight e6, but now it should be rook d7, takes, rook d. Yeah, sorry, I don't know, there was some internet connection problem. I don't know if you are still here. Yes, sorry, can you write me if you are still here? because I got disconnected. But actually I think it's terrible blunder what he did. So I was telling, still here. Yeah, I was telling that actually it seems to me that before, before knight a4, yeah, maybe. Still, I don't know if it's good enough before knight a4. I mean, queen b3, b5. Yeah, so maybe not before, but rook d7. It looks like it's just... No, sorry. Yeah, rook d7 looks like just winning, yeah? Like on the spot, practically. I mean, okay. Knight d7, c7, king b7 seems like it's lost, yeah? Okay, let's just check once again. This. Okay, this only move. Check. And now, okay, king a6, I don't even want to consider. It's clear it's lost. So maybe the only chance for black is to try to do this and to pretend there is some chance, but there is no chance here. It's just lost, yeah? I mean, no, this is probably by force even lost. No, this is bad. So rook d7, c7 check is threatening, so only move, yeah, rook takes d7. Fortunately, after queen h8 there is at least rook d8, but c d7 must be just over. I mean, with this pawn on d7. I think rook d8, what else? And now I guess more than one move. Okay, rook e1 looks logical, just to stop queen e3. Rook e1, but then queen d6 at least. So maybe rook d1. So okay, rook e1, queen d6. If before then before knight takes d7, well, I mean, I have no doubt it's lost. I mean, by force probably, but I don't see immediately how. I mean, rook d1 is tempting, but maybe queen e3 or what? Because if you take, I guess you're just pinned here, queen d4, then also f4 is falling. Must be lost, or at least close to lost. I mean, there is some king c7, but no, I mean, here if Fabi finds rook d7, I'm sure he will find a very like accurate way to finish it after rook d7. So okay, Gukesh, yeah, Gukesh, this is already very drawish. Yeah, this is all played. So rook d8. Now the question if it's a forced win or just a win, yeah? Actually, there are many moves. Also, move like queen d4 I quite like. Just trying to take on f4 and so on. Okay, let's say queen d4. Let's say queen d4. So queen e3, can it work? Queen e3, check king b7. I mean, it cannot, of course, but I don't see, at least I don't see immediately how to win. Rook c1, threatening, not really threatening anything, but just a useful move. Yeah, must be a win somehow, but yeah, it's like, you need to be a bit more concentrated to find a very direct win, but it's clearly should be a winning position. Yeah, I have no doubt he will find it. He will find the most accurate way. It shouldn't be a big deal here to find. I mean, when you're concentrated, when you're playing, you know, an important game, you should manage. So tie break seems to be very, very realistic, yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. So rook c4. So if there is any chance for black, I think he's just heading for a draw, yeah. Now taking on c4. Yeah, he definitely, in my opinion, he spoiled a very, very good chance actually to to finish the candidates today. And who knows if he will manage tomorrow. King d6 maybe. It's still kind of a bit better, yeah. I mean, there's still a bit of chances, but of course. So he just wants to make a draw, yeah. Yeah, that's. No, of course it's already kind of late, but still, yeah. Oh, now it's just a draw. Okay, yeah, quite. Let us see. Okay, now I can switch on the engine already here, but I have a feeling somewhere here, bishop e1, it was +1, I would say, for black. No, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. No, only 0-1. So little. It's never really better. I mean, wait. This. Okay, this is very nice. Knight, yeah. Bishop f3. And what about my a5 move? Yeah, slightly better, but to me it looks really just very nicely better for white, for black. This queen a4, queen b7, bishop c5, bishop e1. Not really a big advantage. This is really strange. I mean, just a pawn. a5, queen b5. Yeah, queen f4, of course, was more. Yeah, I mean, this is principle, of course, yeah. g3 and queen somewhere. But I'm very surprised that it's not like clearly better for black. Queen f5, queen, I mean, something like this, knight g4. Actually, it is dangerous, very dangerous for white. But maybe computer would hold it, yeah, but... So, knight f6, this... Yeah, amazing, yeah, that this is... But then I think, yeah, this... Okay, bishop b6, yeah, rook c1, knight d5, rook d8... Yeah, computer also put in the pawn on a4 for some reason. g3... King e7, king e2, yeah, maybe g5. No, here it's not so much already. Rook c4. Yeah, okay, here is basically a draw. This is very strange. I mean, to me looks like here it was extremely dangerous for white. This, okay. That's what he says, that it's not too much. Even though still, is it powerful? Yeah, engine, yeah, it's powerful. I mean, if I do this, is it not dangerous? Yeah, I mean, it is actually, it's like white has to make very, very precise moves, yeah, I mean, to hold it. So in this sense, in practical sense, it was definitely the better dish, because it's very difficult for white to find moves like king g2, queen d5 check, king g1, something like that, yeah. It's not so easy at all, because I thought bishop e2, but then knight g4 just, knight g4 and queen f5. So yeah, I mean, he should have done it for sure, because difficult moves had like rook ac1, I mean, to give on a3 the pawn. Yeah, that's a variation I was telling, yeah, knight g4, rook c5, queen h2, king f1. Okay, bishop a3, well, at least here you can still press, but yeah, it's also a draw. Okay, so there was never really like anything so special, yeah. So this is strange. So did they already finish the game? Okay, let's switch it off. Let's see. So yeah, queen d4, yeah, that's the move which I recommended. Yeah, queen d4. Yeah, I don't think Jan is going to save it. Only thing I'm just like wondering if knight takes d7, okay, like to play and to tell, okay, show me the force win. Because rook d1, and king c7. I mean, I know that it must be lost, but still show me how. I mean, queen takes f4 check, knight e5. Rook e1, yeah, it's so bad. Rook e1, f6 maybe. Okay, it's g5. Oh, it's bad, yeah, it's cannot, it's not savable. So, tiebreak, very interesting tiebreak actually tomorrow. It seems, I mean, okay, let's not hurry, but it seems very likely. Yeah, here is going to win, I think, now. Rook a3, and yeah, I think he's okay. Rook e3, he can cut the knight for the moment, but I think in a long run h5, I mean, yeah, it's not holdable because the knight is too strong. I mean, h5, maybe knight goes to g8, I mean, somehow he will maneuver and win, I think. Actually, bishop on c6 is pretty bad, yeah, it's doing nothing really. Also the question if maybe makes sense for black to play c4 here, just, but okay, anyways, h5, king f3. It's not still so easy to win, but somehow, I mean, maybe even objectively is not so bad, but it's difficult to defend this position, and especially when you're not motivated so much anymore, yeah. So I think he's going to win. Okay, Gukesh, they're still playing or not? I mean, the question is that white can rook d8, bishop d8, white can just take on b4. I mean, it must be a draw, but wow, I think Hikaru, just in case, trying to calculate if it's for sure a draw, because actually if you don't take on b4, it's also a draw. Ah, he plays what? Rook b1? He was what? He's playing for a win or what? I mean, bishop c5, okay, I understand, but no, I mean, I understand it's a draw, but it's a bit strange not to change rooks, yeah. I mean, okay, it still gives black at least like nominally some chances. I mean, I don't know. I'm just wondering now if I play knight c6, by the way, can I really start to have some chances? It's a strange move, but okay, because I want bishop b4, knight d4. I mean, okay, if I change bishops, and what is he doing, Hikaru? I mean, knight c6. How do you? I guess, but you have really to hurry now, because bishop b4 is a threat. I mean, the idea is that if this, as you understand, I check, I take with a knight on e6. But if bishop b5, I have check. I mean, king f1 and even bishop b4 or something. I mean, knight is very strong, so knight c6, what? Bishop c3, but okay, this is, I mean, bishop d4 even or something. This is already not a draw at all. I mean, it's maybe even bishop b4, rook d2 check. I mean, suddenly there are real chances for black. What is this absurd? I don't know the question if he will find knight c6, but I think it looks very dangerous. Maybe this, after bishop b4, the idea, maybe this tactics, bishop takes e6. Still, I would say knight d4, maybe even. Yeah, maybe there is this tactics, but which is yeah, should be okay for white, but still, yeah, still it's a bit tricky. I mean, takes. I'm just wondering if this can be dangerous. Takes. I mean, like dangerous. Okay, you just still have to fight for a draw. Like, for example, can I do this? just because the endgame take, I mean, the pawn endgame you need to calculate it. It's probably a draw, yeah. I mean, or in the worst case, like king d5, I was thinking this and this. I mean, there is a bit of an issue, yeah, with, I mean, this endgame, because king is very close. It's a little tricky, I mean, a bit tricky. But knight c6 is an excellent chance for black. Ah, so Jan, what did he do? He played rook queen c5. Okay, take queen c7. Yeah, Jan is very tricky. Yeah, he finds a way somehow to keep the game going. Because somehow he is keeping it going. I don't see any direct, immediate win. Even if it's, yeah, it must be, yeah, must be slowly at least, but at least there is no, I mean, I guess he will pin and then just actually pick up the pawn at some point, h pawn. I mean, queen d4, queen d2. He wants, I guess, h3, h2. Yeah. No, this is kind of desperado. Of course, he will be at best just a pawn down in the queen endgame and slowly probably lose it, but yeah, at least it's a kind of chance. Yeah, so the idea is if bishop d7, h2, yeah, at least there is no like direct way to win. But you can do something like that, like play queen somewhere. Queen. Actually, the tricky thing is that maybe you can do like queen e1 move. Because rook d7, check queen c8. Queen a8, queen c8. So okay, then you can just go queen f2 or somewhere and then be pawn up. But okay, it's still just a pawn up. I mean, I don't see any direct way to win here. Maybe f4 is quite a good move, just because anyway probably h2 will be played and simply to take the pawn. Okay, the knight will go, but at least maybe it should be easier win with having a bishop than without bishop and knight. Anyways, yeah, it's a more technical issue. But at least I don't see any force win here for white. So let's see, Gukesh, does he find knight? Of course, yeah, he found knight c6. Bishop c3, but well, to g5. I mean, I was wondering if bishop b4 was not possible, but okay. Now it gets back to suffering. I mean, bishop b5 maybe, because he wants also g4. No, it's becoming very unpleasant again. I mean, what is this nonsense? I don't understand. I mean, how can you not take on d8? I'm just a draw, yeah, if you take. Okay, let's see how it will finish. But something tells me, I mean, he might lose it again. I guess bishop b5. Yeah, but then, of course, I mean, what else? Probably at some point bishop b5, but then, yeah, then the point is that at minimum there is knight d4 check, and you have to play this endgame, which is probably a draw, but still suffering a bit. But bishop b5 has to be played, I believe. Actually, I don't think g5 was... I'm not sure I would seriously consider bishop b4 here. Because, okay, I want to change bishops, yeah, not my knight now. So, okay, if I change bishops, I'm simply have a, well, very good winning chances. And if bishop takes g7, I thought maybe some e5, rook d2, I mean, okay, let's say I check. f2 pawn might be weak. Maybe it's nothing special, maybe it's white is in time, but it's at least a bit tricky, yeah, like e5, knight d4 check. Can be dangerous, I don't know. But maybe it's okay, yeah, I don't. Because g5 now, bishop b5, of course, yeah, is the move. Yeah, it's played. And still, knight d4 check is a draw. Yeah, I don't like g5. g5 was a strange move. I mean, he could have gone at even bishop d4 at least, yeah. But okay, g5, bishop b5. And now what if I check? Takes. Yeah, this must be a draw. Rook c6 even. Because I don't know about taking this pawn. Also okay, yeah. Bishop b5. Knight b4. Maybe knight b4, yeah. Ah, bishop d2 then. Ah, there is bishop d2 attacking here and here. Yeah. Yeah, there is bishop d2. Yeah, so that was, I think g5 was a very bad move. I mean, he spoiled at least certain chances with which he got out of nowhere. I mean, he got some chance and I think he spoiled it. Now. I don't really see how he, I mean, okay, a5 is hanging, so there are only the two moves here or knight b4. Knight b4, bishop d2, I don't see any point because g5 is hanging, and knight d4 takes, very forced, takes, check, king f6 takes. I mean, there is a certain danger if the rook would manage to get to here. I mean, it's still, maybe there is some chance like this trying to get here, but yeah, it must be a draw, of course. Yeah, so probably finally it is a draw. Let's see again if g5 was a... No, he still believes it's nothing. Bishop d4, bishop d2 again, okay. I mean, knight c6, bishop c3, no, there was no way. g5, yeah, now it's clear, it's just a draw. So, and this, I mean, why rook b1 is a move, yeah? Because I thought take on d8 is just nothing, yeah. Rook b1 is a very strange move, but he says it's still okay. Maybe very strange, not to make a forced draw, but okay. This should be a draw now. Okay, so still, let's see. Ah, this is the idea. So he's, that's a point. I missed this idea. Bishop e4, so because queen d5, he's just trying, he's playing for mate. Yeah, this is a killer. This is a killer. So queen d5, okay, king a7, and just queen takes f7, yeah. Yeah. h2 and even f4. Black is totally pinned, still pinned, and yeah, h2, well, what else? And after h2 you can do anything you want. g5, just push the g pawn. f4 is more like, you know, solid, just that the bishop controls the diagonal that the pawn can never promote, and it's over, yeah. Okay, so we basically, it's already clear, we have a tiebreak. We have a tiebreak tomorrow. I don't know, maybe I will stream, maybe not. But it's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. So, but yeah, I have a feeling that, I mean, yeah, Fabiano today, he calculated well, and of course Jan, he collapsed at the end. I mean, it's clear he was missing moves, he was blundering. I mean, I think by the end of the tournament he started to be too tired and started to collapse somehow. Yeah, so okay, he's still trying to play this position. No, but now rook d7, yeah, you can play if you want. Basically it's a draw, yeah. Rook d7, he wants to check on f4. Yeah, it's a draw. A little bit accurate. White has to be a little bit accurate. I mean, very, very little. But yeah, he will manage a draw if he wants. So, okay, Nepomniachtchi is going to resign. Yeah, now Fabiano just thinks what is the most, like, what is the simplest way, because Queen h7 is also very simple, but I mean, like, humanly f4 looks like, you know, to be sure, to be completely sure. Just that you will never, the h pawn all of a sudden will not probably be promoted, you know. But frankly, yeah, not the only move. Okay, yeah, good job, Fabian. I mean, incredible fighting spirit, yeah, I would say, incredible. I mean, it was like after this game, yeah, he decided for Queen h7, it doesn't really matter. Also a good move. Yeah, I mean, fantastic to win last two games, you know, when you absolutely need to win last two games. Actually, Fabiano just had to, the only way was to get to tiebreak was to win last two games, black with Prague and white with Nepo, and he did it. I mean, that's yeah, of course for him it would be very, very difficult to digest if he will lose tomorrow, but in any case, I mean, amazing, like, I would say, I mean, fighting spirit is willpower and strength, you know, character strength, yeah, because I mean, yeah, after, you know, when he lost and then he played another game when he actually he won last three, I think, even, yeah, because he played the game when he barely won at the end, he was completely winning, then almost missed it, so it was clear he is tired, his play, he lost his play already, and has very few chances. But you know, when it was needed, I mean, he was back again. Caruana, as we know him, I mean, an amazing player, yeah. So yeah, very, very impressed. Let's see. Okay, Hikaru is thinking and thinking and thinking. So what about Prague? King f8. Rook a7. No, maybe it's a draw. I don't know. Rook c2 maybe has to play, because there is he wants to play rook a8 check. If king e7, he keeps on checking. If king g7, rook d8. Yeah, h5 looks good. h5 trying to get h4. Very unpleasant, this h5. Because I want h4 and then already threatening take on h3. And let's say if check here, this, I think this is very unpleasant. Also rook c2, by the way. This is an annoying. Yeah, after h5 it's difficult for white, I believe. Okay, so king b8. Yeah, now... okay, he wants... He's trying to calculate a force win, I suppose. Even if basically there is no need. But black wants knight c5. I mean, at least to be 2 pawns down, yeah. But to keep the game going, sort of. Maybe a move like a3 actually makes sense. But then rook can start to... Yeah, I didn't like, frankly, queen h7. I thought f4 was easier, but still, he will find a way. I mean, it's not too difficult. So, okay, let's see. Bishop d3. Bishop d3. Yeah, why not, after all. Okay, so it's move 34. Not so much time for Fabio. I mean, it's like totally, completely winning, but just like you are tired, nerves, etc. I mean, yeah, there is still a minor chance to spoil. Yeah, I was thinking about a3, only that I was not sure if there is rook c8 move. It's not rook c8, rook h1. He just maybe wants to take quietly the second pawn. So I thought rook, because he's kind of pinned. I think Fabi just wants rook h1 next. Yeah. So let's say rook c8. And let's say this, yeah, just to try to pick up the pawn. Good enough. Yeah. I mean, if you're not afraid, of course, yeah, I'm just wondering. I think this is also winning actually. Rook takes d7, but that's a bit scary to play like this, because if queen d7, queen king a2, mate is threatening on b7. If rook c7, queen d8 and queen b6, and if h1, I mean rook d7, and if queen, then I take, and I have bishop f5, I think, yeah, very important. Oppa, I'm taking the rook, finally, just winning. So actually rook takes d7 is winning by force, I think. Check, no, this can be a problem. Check. Actually still is okay. Check. I don't think Fabio will do this. I mean, there is no need, but actually I think it wins. Let's say check and here. And if queen, then I'm mating, yeah? I'm mating here. Like this. Okay, we had fun, but maybe he will find something more trivial than that. I mean, rook h1 move is, of course, I don't really see what he can do, Jan, than actually anyways than playing rook c8. Rook d7 wins, but this is more like, yeah, under the circumstances, looks like this is the way to play. There is knight e5 move. There is knight e5. No, b7 mate is no. He just actually doesn't have a move here. I mean, rook e8 at minimum, still rook h1. Or even, yeah, actually rook h1, knight f6. I'm thinking. Okay, it's lost rook n. Yeah, it's totally lost rook endgame, but at least. I mean, the idea was that now if this, my idea was maybe to play this move. But I mean, let's say the different ways, but actually this should be very simple. It's only one pawn, but it's, I mean, this rook endgame is zero chance, because rook is behind, yeah, and then you just push the pawn, it's completely winning. So e5, what is this e5? Check king g7, okay, e5, he wants e4. If check king g7, okay, maybe this is what Hikaru missed, yeah? Actually, e5 is quite unpleasant. I mean, how to check king g7? I mean, e4 is annoying. Of course, f3, but f3, g4 maybe, yeah? because e4 at least I take and go with the bishop. This shouldn't, I mean, because after check at least I have king e3. Even though of course this becomes dangerous. King e5, rook, I mean check, king e3, king e5, rook e7 check at least. But after f3 maybe g4. Yeah, I was thinking if g4 is not a problem. I mean takes like e4, bishop b5. I mean, it's a bit tricky. King can end up in some mating net, you know. Like for instance, what I wanted to, what I mean, like this rook goes, for example, takes, everything's good, oppa, and maybe it's going to be mate. Bishop c5 is threatening. Rook c7 only move, check, king e2 maybe, but I mean it's a bit tricky here. Again, things are getting queen e5, queen h6. Actually, I'm wondering, I mean, just I had this idea, it's a ridiculous variation. Rook takes d7, h1 queen, because I thought rook d7, this is okay, because I thought maybe this is a win, no? Queen and king a2, because, okay, I'm threatening queen b7 mate. Well, you have queen takes e4, but queen endgame should be lost, but I mean, I was thinking if queen c7, queen d5, it's not winning, I mean queen down, because I'm threatening mate. If queen a7, queen d8 mate, only that after king c8 I'm not sure there is a win. Okay, it's of course it's not, it doesn't have any kind of practical sense, but just got this idea in my mind. But actually the point that after rook d7 there is a queen. No, but queen h6 of course is correct. Yeah. Because rook h8, queen c6 is, yeah, it's very painful. I mean, if you try to promote the pawn, then again mate is coming. Yeah, this queen h6 very strong, yeah, because now queen c6. I mean, it's queen c7 back you have to play, I suppose. What else to do? Yeah, no, that is gone. Maybe he will even resign. Well, only that it's move 36 and there is no increment. Yeah, if Fabiano has only 1.5 minutes. Okay, it's simple, it's very simple now, but still. f3. Yeah, now if after f3 there is so there are two moves, e4 and I mean e4, let's say takes, very direct, takes, I guess here. I mean, well, of course it's a draw objectively, but the only risk is about some mating net. I mean, fortunately, after check here, white at least has rook e7 check, which is very important. Otherwise, if rook c7, rook h2 or something, I mean, he has check at least, which is probably saving him. Bishop e7 takes. Yeah, this is a draw. Yeah, this is a save and check. But and if you start with king e5, then rook d7. Yeah, that's also important. He has rook d7. So then the question is if g4. I mean, g4 is serious. I don't see any other idea than take. And now e4. Bishop b5. And now the question, yeah, it gets... Probably, I guess it's a draw, but it's a bit tricky. Like what? King e5, rook d7. So check, king e3, rook c2, rook c2. It's not a win simply. Bishop c5 check, rook f2 mate is threatening. And gf king e5, I think it's mate, no? And this is ridiculous. I mean, g4, it's maybe win or what? I mean, gf is threatening, you have to take. e4, rook h6, king g7, not in time. Bishop b5, okay, bishop b1 should be lost. Bishop b5, check. Okay, if you go to the first rank, it's very difficult, I mean very dangerous. Maybe you should, yeah, but this is already on the edge, it looks. Maybe actually you have bishop e2 there, but I mean this, yeah? How to save after rook c2? Because I'm threatening bishop c5 check, king f2, rook f2 mate. If check, king e5, and if gf this, yeah? I think it's finished. Bishop c5 mate. Wait. f3 g4 takes e4. So maybe the only way for white, maybe I'm missing something, but maybe the only way for white to do this, yeah? Getting really interesting, unless I'm blundering something, it can be, but I mean, it's somehow it's becoming very dangerous for 39, move 39. Fabianov, what is bishop h7? Fabianov has very little time, but he's playing very precise, yeah, because now, well, maybe, yeah, queen g3, but it's lost, yeah, because now after rook g7, g6, and then he takes the pawn finally. Okay, the only thing now Fabiano needs is just to pass the time control, I mean, and he wins, yeah. So it's move 39, but Gukesh. So, am I crazy, or it's becoming very dangerous? G4, or maybe it's both also. It's, but I mean, GF, yeah, okay. Maybe there is another move, but any other move would obviously be already on the edge of losing at minimum, yeah? So let's say takes e4. Okay, on b1 you cannot go, yeah, I mean, it's for sure should be lost. So here, check. I still don't see how to save here. I mean, there is king d4 maybe move. Trying bishop c5 check, king d5, but then e-pawn is running. I mean, this is already like on the edge, yeah, of losing. I don't really see it. I don't see how black wins, but I mean, like check, king d5. But okay, maybe there is this move, but so rook c2, yeah, you need, I guess, c2 square just to that there is no, maybe rook g2 also. Okay, rook c2, maybe king d4 only move, yeah. I think it's probably only move king d4. Bishop c5 check, king d5. Maybe it holds after king d4. I don't really see it how to win. So check, you can come back even, yeah. Maybe king d4, but it's like really on the edge. So it's still not so clear. What? No, Fabi didn't blunder. King a1, yeah. I'm not so sure. What did he do, Fabi? Bishop h7 takes. I mean, king a2, king a1, because king a2, queen f7 check. I mean, king a1, But now I'm just wondering, I mean, probably it's a win, but check and queen f7. I mean, I'm kind of threatening perpetual. Well, must be a win, but what did he do? I mean, this is just crazy. Yeah, it's a win, I guess. Yeah, because actually there is, you can even take simply on h2. I think there is nothing. I mean, check king b1. I mean, king knight d2, king a1, and king b1, I think. But okay, it's a bit tricky. I mean, take king a2, no, king a1. I mean, there is a certain risk of some strange perpetual, but like queen c2. What about queen c2 move? Some strange, I mean, like idea. Okay, just it's wrong, but if you do this, queen h2, knight b3, yeah, there is this perpetual knight c1. So queen c2 a bit tricky. Must be, of course, a win, but still check, king, let's say somewhere a7. How am I going to win for sure? I mean, queen c3, there is a queen c3 move. But it was not necessary to, I mean, this was not necessary at all. I mean, yeah, I could have, I don't know why not bishop c2 simply. I mean, bishop c2 was so simple, no? Just like very solid, just put the bishop there and it's resigned, then g6 and take on h2. If Fabi will spoil it, I mean, that would be a drama, I would say, because this is just simple bishop c2. Black cannot really do anything. I mean, especially in time trouble, you know, you just put the bishop solid, you know, protected, king is protected, next g6 and queen takes h2, and you pass the time control and game over, yeah. I mean, what he did is just incredible. Bishop h7, he blundered rook g5, obviously. Okay, let's see if it's winning, but I mean, most probably, but I'm not so. So he went e4 finally. He didn't play, so he's going e4. Well, I guess g4 he calculated that it's a draw, but here what takes bishop b5. What is his plan? I mean, check king e3. I don't quite understand. He just wants to make a draw. What? I mean, because this looks like just a draw to me. I mean, king e5 and rook e7 check. I mean, it's kind of draw, yeah? So finally we probably have a tiebreak. Yeah, I guess let's switch on engine now, but I guess, yeah, e4 is a draw and g4 was still a draw. Yeah, let's check variations. Probably I'm already tired and blundering everything. Let's see, e4. Yeah, of course, king d4, yeah. No, I'm tired, but I'm not blundering everything. Yeah, king d4 is a draw, yeah. Okay, so correct. And e4, no, now it's obvious draw, yeah. So I think it will finish with this rook e7 check the game, but here is a question. King a1 played. Ooh, 0 plus 0, 1, it's a draw. It's a draw. But I mean, this is amazing. I mean, how cannot you just play bishop c2? I mean, plus 5. I mean, it is ridiculous. It's so logical. Just put the bishop, you know. I mean, it's just incredible. How can you miss this position already? I mean, even when he had, like, you know, half minute, but it's like 2 moves left, bishop c2, next g6, and next take on h2, and that's over. And this is a draw. No? Wait, here he says king a1 was winning. Ah, because he missed queen c2. He had to play king like this. It's a bit complicated, but he had to play like this. Now like this. To force knight b3 check. Now this. And only now king a2. Because after queen c2, queen g8 check is possible. Aha, so he actually simply blundered with king a1. Oh, and queen c2 as I mentioned, but I thought it was still winning, but actually it's not. I mean check, I thought check and queen c3, but actually it is a draw. That is drama, yeah. That is something, I mean, very difficult to digest. I mean, if Fabi will not win it, I mean, that is just crazy, absolutely crazy, yeah. Because it could hardly be more winning position than this. I mean, it would just mean that simply it's like, okay, it was not given to you, yeah, because that is just absolutely sick to not to win such position, yeah. Okay, still Jan has to find it, but I mean, okay. Yeah, that's quite dramatic, I would say. Quite a dramatic finish of the tournament, because yeah, it seems like I think Jan will find it. It's not too difficult. You see, even I saw it. I mean, there is no other actually move anyway. I mean, it's not like, of course, when you play a game, you're not sure if it's winning or not. I mean, if it's lost queen c2 still, but because you are sure everything else losing, then you just play it. Yeah, there is nothing. You just play this move. Yeah, I can imagine how Fabi will feel tonight. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's such a you know, disaster, because he played very well. I mean, he just played very well the game, and it's like simply stupid to play bishop h7. I mean, like it's obvious. It's just like nerfed, you know. It's obvious to any player that bishop c2 and that's it. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to do with chess. I mean, it's just like not even nerves. I think it's just like bad luck. It's simply bad luck, because I'm sure he saw that bishop c2 is a simple win. Then he decided, okay, bishop h7 is even simpler. Yeah, why? Incredible. So the other game finished already, or not yet, but it will. It will pretty soon. Yeah, I mean, I guess it will finish with rook d2 check, and this variation which I mentioned, rook d2, king e3, king e5, and well, actually here king e5 is not even threatening anything. You can even go rook h5. Yeah. Okay, so here basically any move leads to a draw. So 0, 1, 0, 3, why not 0, 0? I mean, what is this? I see. So it's actually a complicated line. I mean, yeah, queen c2 of course is played. Okay, check, check. Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. Check, check, king a6. Or king c6 he plays. I mean, every human would go to a6, of course. Queen e1. Queen g2. Queen f1. Yeah, this position is very forced. Takes, takes, and then he's very lucky to have this check and knight d2. I mean, it's kind of incredible luck. And then the king runs to here to try to take the knight, but in the meantime, black seemingly is in time to, I mean, to make a draw here. King c6, king d3, king d5, king e3. If king e3, knight e5. Okay, everything works by tempo. So Gukesh played bishop e7. Yeah, now to, for the best possible drama is what we need is Gukesh blundering something and losing this game. No, I'm joking, it's impossible, but I mean, that would be the craziest possible scenario. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I really feel like for Fabi, it's very sad. I mean, I can imagine how you feel after that, yeah, because he was playing tiebreak with Magnus Carlsen at some point, was very close to be world champion. Now, I mean, he would definitely have not worse chances in the tiebreak, maybe not much better, and okay, in the final match, if he would go through, he would definitely be a favorite, and so stupidly, so ridiculously to miss your chance. I mean, after such an effort he did, yeah, in the last round. I mean, it can hardly be something more painful than this. So poor Fabi. I mean, I feel like compassion to him. Yeah, I can imagine this. Yeah, but it seems like, and I can also imagine, how you feel when it happens. Usually, you like have a cold, cold sweat. I've been in such situation actually against Fabi himself when I blundered in the second time control and not only didn't win the winning position in Berlin candidate, but I even managed to lose it. And it was like after the second time control, I remember it was like, yeah, you're just having a cold sweat because you suddenly understood what happened. And it was so unrealistic, like, okay, it was about winning or not winning, but I mean, okay, but it's just impossible to lose. And when you lose it, I mean, then, yeah. But here for Fabi, it's the same. It's like a loss, yeah, like a loss. Doesn't matter if it's a draw. Yeah. So okay, here is a draw. Fabi will take a long time to think because, well, I can, да, по-русски я могу немножко поговорить, раз пока перерыв. Я просто сказал, что жалко Caruanu, безумно жалко, потому что, во-первых, блестяще играл сегодня, во-вторых, проявил колоссальное совершенно качество бойцовские, потому что у него явно под конец он уже устал, и игра не шла, но он вырвал там, по-моему, 2 на финише победы, и уже 3-ю уже все, да, то есть уже просто, там вообще без разговоров, просто слон c2 пойди, сделай 40-й ход g6, и Ян бы сдался просто. И вот как бы после этого, еще понимаете, человек уже не такой молодой с точки зрения борьбы за первенство мира, был в финальном матче играл тайбрейк с Карлсоном, да, проиграл, но как бы был в шаге от чемпионства, и может быть его последний такой реальный шанс, по крайней мере он так, может быть, считает, да, и вот настолько глупо его отдать, да, то есть я понимаю, что для него это просто какой-то кошмар. Может быть, ему напишу сегодня вечером, если он не выиграет. Но я даже не знаю, что написать, потому что это, конечно, ужасно, да. Это просто, для человека, да, такая, как бы, это хуже многих поражений, да, это просто кошмар какой-то. Когда ты столько старался, понятно, что если он бы Гукешем вышел в тайбрейк, но он бы был, не хуже у него шансы. Ну, а если прошел бы в финальном матче, он точно фаворит, да, был бы. И серьезный фаворит. И вот так вот глупо отдать, Это, конечно, очень грустно за него, потому что мы всегда коллеги, и ты понимаешь, когда вот такие вещи случаются, они со всеми случались похожие, да, а со мной случались что-то похожее, ну да, ты после этого, конечно, в себя не можешь прийти довольно долго. Ну ладно, да, что делать, это так, порассуждали о, о вещах, да. Ну напишите, если какие-то у вас есть вопросы, приличные более-менее, напишите, я могу ответить. Нет, ну Непа не подарил. Ну, дебют все бывают плохо разыгрывают, но, ну, плохо, ну, как бы он неудачно его разыграл, он играл на выигрыш. Нельзя сказать, что это был подарок. Ну, не всегда уравниваешь по дебюту черными, но он, в принципе, хорошо играл. Он, ну, Caruana все делал правильно, конечно, да. Так. We have but not so much young people like Ramnik. It seems you should be older than 55 to be counted as a veteran. Ну, по нынешним временам, ну, смотрите, Гукешу уже 17 почти. Ну, в смысле, 17 еще. Как же я не ветеран-то? Ветеран. Уже и Caruana-то ветеран. Ну, правда, с точки зрения финального матча на первенство мира, я думаю, матч Гукеш с Дингом будет более конкурентным. Я думаю, честно говоря, думаю, что Caruana, если бы выиграл, ну, вдруг еще выиграет, но скорее нет. Если бы выиграл, я думаю, что он бы, ну, я почти уверен, что он бы выиграл. А тут все-таки не факт. То есть с точки зрения интереса к матчу, наверное, да. Наверное, Гукеш. Но мы все-таки, как бы, ну, поколение другое. Как бы свое поколение, да. Caruana. И ну, как-то жалко очень, да. Тем более, что он реально заслуживает чемпионства. Ну, скажем, да, Карлсон посильнее, это правда. Но после Карлсона, ну, все-таки он, хотя есть тоже большие шахматисты, Лева, Ранян и так далее, но все-таки он, наверное, ну, и Ян, конечно же, да, тоже. Но все-таки он, наверное, по совокупности он второй, вообще, по всему, да, по результатам, по уровню его такой стабильный, ну, как бы стабильно высочайшему уровню, он, конечно, второй. И, в общем, не стать чемпионом мира, ну, потерять шанс, так скажем. Не то, что потерять шанс из-за такой глупости, это, конечно, печально. Так, ну что происходит? Ян думает, ну А4, правда, ход простой, да, А4. Говорит компьютер, что ничья. Ну, правда, я и после конь d3 не совсем понимаю, как выигрывать. Почему после конь d3 не ничья? Надо понять. Не, конь d3 проигрывает почему-то. А, атаки, ферзь c3, ага. Все-таки еще какие-то ловушки есть. Но, правда, А4 очень такой ход логичный. Зафиксировать. Чтобы уже так с запасом вечный шах приходил всегда, да, чтобы король уже не убежал никуда. Так. Гукеш думает. Ну, тут уже на выигрыш-то не играем. Мне кажется, он уже ничью думает, как бы аккуратненько сделать. Сейчас, конечно, будет вообще цирк, если он умудрится проиграть. Не, ну король же 7, наверное, ничья, да. Или он все-таки еще на выигрыш играет. Ну, на выигрыш здесь, а что тут на выигрыш? Король же 7, да, самое надежное, ничью сделать. Слон c6. Ну, еще, сейчас чуть-чуть еще. Слон 6, ладья c4, правда. Ну да, на выигрыш он уже не играет. А на король Е3, ну в конце ладья b3 шах можно дать, да, если уже очень страшно. Дать шах, и потом на король Е4 шах и забрать таки на H4. Закрепить слона на b4 и уже как-нибудь. Ну да, здесь скоро будет ничья. Здесь уже нет вариантов других. А вот здесь... Так, а что у нас, кстати, Praggnanandhaa? Почему-то не пошел h5, непонятно почему. Но все равно выиграет, потому что... Нет, без шансов белая. G5 проведет медленно, но верно. Пешки соберет там, выиграет. Там обычно какая идея, что, например, G4, где-то G5 пойдет. Ну, где-то, допустим, G5, ну, допустим, то есть не обязательно сразу. Потом где-то конь G8, конь E7, там конь G6, конь E5 переведется. Хотя он может, кстати, и сразу переводиться, но может быть G5 сначала. Ну, в общем, это такая позиция техническая. Белых все пассивно стоит, они просто стоят в обороне, и черные потихонечку, там очень много слабостей, эти пешки все слабые, в общем, небольшие, ну, выиграет. Да, Ян пошел А4. Но вот Ян что-что, его как бы... Да, такие вещи он не упускает. Он очень хорошо ловит шансы. И вот появился шанс абсолютно случайный. И он, конечно, я уверен, что не упустит эту ничью уже. Тем более, что по большому счету уже и не видно даже особого шанса-то у белых. Непонятно, как вообще... Как бороться-то на выигрыш здесь? За счет чего? Ну вот компьютер какой-то дает шансок. Он играет так. Король А6, ферзь H8. Чтобы, ну, по крайней мере, шах на А8 есть. Но сам же говорит, что так. Ну, то есть какой-то шансок еще. Но дело в том, что так и так он говорит. Ферзь D5. Ну это не так просто. На ферзь h2, конь d4, шах какой-то. А попроще нельзя как-то сделать ничего? Может, это еще не так просто. А так проигрывают. Ну да, какой-то шансок. Так белыми надо играть, как ни крути, другого нет. Слон d7. Ну, ладья d4 здесь. Он еще хочет чуть-чуть поиграть, там как-то с пешкой А хотя бы, но дело в том, что ладья d4 просто на слона будет нападать, наверное, да. И допустим, на слон e8, король f8, наверное. Ну, в общем, как-нибудь сделает ничего. Да, как-нибудь. Да. Так. А4. Позиция стоит. Ну, шах и ферзь H8 надо. Но это не так, да. Не так просто. То есть все-таки какая-то точность от черных требуется еще после этого. Я не знаю, насколько ход единственный. Вот этот шах на c4. Ну, может быть и единственный. То есть вариант такой. Король b1, шах, король a1, шах, король a2 и чуть ли не единственный ход ферзь d5 такой. Но это не очевидно. Ну, в смысле, не очевидно, что вроде ферзь бьет h2 есть ход. А оказывается, что здесь конь d4, шах, король a1 и ферзь b3. Вот тебе. Как ферзь b3? Что за ферзь b3? Что за бред? А что, по-другому никак, что? Это же очень сложно. Нет, подожди, ну так же можно, по-моему, нет? Нет, так выиграл. Нет, это очень сложно. Ну как вот в этой позиции понять, что ферзь b3 ничего делать? Я-то не понимаю до сих пор. Я не понимаю, на ладья c1 что имеется в виду. Берет просто и не уйти от вечного шаха, что ли? Ну, не знаю. Это не факт, что найдет. Ян. Если найдет, конечно, Фабиана. Так, ну Гукеш нервничает. Явно он что-то запаниковал слегка. Ну, он не хочет, конечно же, играть даже там с пешкой, хотя это битая абсолютно ничья. Он хочет совсем все поменять. Но совершенно непонятно, с чего он вдруг занервничал. Ну, то есть понятно, с чего, когда так близко мечта, я понимаю, что нервничаешь, но вообще-то таких объективных причин для того, чтобы нервничать, нет никаких. Ну, например, я бы, всерьез бы рассмотрел вот такой вариант. Пошел бы ладья d8, ну, там слон c6 и ладья h8, вот так. Потому что, ну да, я понимаю, что пешка пешкой, пешка А, но я все-таки ее не отдаю пешку Е, да? Или все-таки отдаю король Е3 как-то. Ну, ладно, в общем, все равно поменяется, конечно. Тут король Е3 как-то, слон d8, что ли. Ну да, как-то еще какая-то спешкой там останется. Хочет понадежнее сделать ничего. Так, c4, ну ладно, здесь он выиграет. Значит, а вот тут А4, ну тут вот считает варианты Фабиана. Слон d8. А, кстати, да, логично, просто защитил пешку. Конечно, да. Самое простое. Так, ну что, ну Фабиану тоже надо все-таки это поторапливаться-то. Я понимаю, что шок, но если еще хочешь побороться, надо немножко времени-то себе оставить. Так, давайте я проверю, вообще я не сам с собой разговариваю или еще кто-то есть. Нет, кто-то еще есть. Смотрите, удивительно даже, что еще не заснули от моего стрима. Так, ну что, на английский перехожу. Okay, if there are some English-speaking people, I will continue in English. Please let me know. Let me know, please, if there is somebody still English speakers here, because I was talking for like half an hour in Russian, but okay, I mean probably everybody left already who doesn't speak Russian, but if not, I mean if they do, I continue in Russian. If otherwise, I mean the point is that I mean many Russian speakers they well, they don't speak English, yeah. So if let's say the 100 Russian speaking and 5 English speaking, I'm very sorry, yeah, we live in democracy, yeah. So I better speak Russian. Okay, English. Okay, let's continue in English. I hope for the Russian speaking audience had like half an hour in Russian. So okay, let's continue. Well, there is what I meant, that there is actually a considerable practical chance Queen G7 check. I mean, it's not easy at all for Black. King A6, Queen H8, and Black has to find quite a number of only moves. It seems like check here, King A2, and now Queen D5, which is not a trivial move at all. I don't know if it's the only move. That's a question. I don't know if I can see the second line. I mean, but not that it's difficult move. It's difficult to understand that actually in this position, I mean, this is a draw, Queen B3. I mean, this is unthinkable. I mean, very difficult to figure it out. Very difficult, because rook, I mean, it seems like rook c1 should be a win. I mean, okay, but in fact queen takes f3, and I guess there is no way to defend against perpetual or something. That's not an easy line actually. So here the fight is on. Well, okay, fight is a bit too strong to say. So king is 3, rook b4, I suppose is the plan, and then bishop g5 check. And otherwise Black wants bishop g5, so he has his counterplay as well, yeah. So it is still a... Yeah, I like this, like computer is playing bishop c6, bishop g5, bishop takes c4. Okay, just go for this endgame because he knows he's going to make a draw there. So let's see, check. Ah, no. Fabi is thinking still. Yeah, this is done. Rook to d3 and it's gone. Okay. Okay, this should finish soon also, I suppose. This game. So this is yeah, because also there is queen g3 move. Yeah, I guess Fabi is thinking, but yeah, queen g3 also makes some sense. Check. Why not king a1? Queen c2. It's extremely difficult actually to play after such a ridiculous move. I mean, like you just, yeah, I mean it's difficult to concentrate and like calculate variations and so on. I mean it's not easy at all. I mean, in the meantime, I can show you one game which I managed not to win. I mean, it was even not such an important game after all, but yeah, it was something quite similar actually. In a way, I will just quickly show you. I mean, okay, just for fun, because that was, I still remember it. I mean, after the game, I just went out. And I think for 1 hour it was in London town. I was just walking, not actually understanding where do I go, just walking because I couldn't like believe it. It was classical chess. I actually played very well, and I mean I was fighting for first place. I was like 1 point behind Magnus, I think, and I totally outplayed him, and completely winning position. I mean, just like it's impossible not to win, and I still had half an hour. And I managed to spoil it. I mean, and that was, but okay, I was not fighting in the candidates for the world championship, yeah, but still, it was such a shock to me. Not even really because, okay, because I lost. It was more like because it was so crazy. 1 second, I will Elo Black, let's put, because Magnus was very high rated. Ah, no, okay, it's not this, okay, date. While they're thinking, okay, I will check which year was it. It was maybe like 10 years ago or something. No, it was not candidates. Yeah, it was just like, you know, even this small thing, it was such an experience for me that, you know, I was like, I still remember it. I still remember my horror, you know, I mean, the horror I felt after that game. London Classic, was it here? No, Aranyan, short, Nakamura, no, it was not this year, maybe next year. Maybe here, Jones, no, this one, Carlson, no, this one actually I won. Maybe it was next year. Because finally Magnus won, and okay, it's just was so ridiculous that so I'm, yeah, I mean, it's not the only one. London Classic, no, it's another year, so maybe it was earlier, some year earlier. Okay, sorry, I think nothing is happening anyway on the board, so I'm just very quickly. London Classic, Kramnik McShane, Kramnik Carlson, no, this was another one. Because, you know, you play every year, same tournament, so I don't actually remember exactly which year was it. Okay, Moscow time, no, that's for sure, remember it was London. It was London and London Classic. Yeah, this one. This is something incredible. Okay, so let's see. 1 second, let's check. Okay, here it's a draw. Here it's still thinking. So I will show you now. I will show you now. Okay, I played a very good game, slowly outplayed him. I mean, okay, very positional game. Well, maybe slightly better, and then slowly, the center, and then some end game. Okay, this, and then I was, you know, very nice, pushing my center. Okay, still he's fighting, but finally, okay. This is not the most, I mean, it's completely winning, but this is not the most winning, because I calculated everything correct. Okay, e6, and this position, yes, this, I play this, rook g5. Okay, I mean, just piece up, and I have half an hour still. And okay, check, I went this, because rook g3, rook d6, and he plays rook c5. I mean, okay, rook d3 just resigns. I take knight b1 and I take the pawn on a3. I mean, can you imagine with half an hour on the clock not to win this position? But I thought, okay, rook c5, what is rook c5? I mean, I just rook d6. I mean, come on, I just take, check, and okay, he goes to b2, I give up the bishop and I take the pawns. And suddenly, to my horror, I realize that, okay, if I go there, he goes there, down. And it still was a win, but actually was not trivial, because I went this, and then he just suddenly, I realized he stays, he doesn't let my king go. And it was, I mean, here I was tired already. G5 was still winning, but very, very delicately. I couldn't find a way, and okay, I decided to do this, and finally, suddenly this is a draw. I mean, hard to believe, but this is a draw because my king doesn't get there. I mean, like this, and somehow I cannot manage to get with like this, and it's just a matter of tempi. I mean, so after this game, after I just a piece up in the end game, and can you imagine how I felt? F4. Okay, F4. So a line was not visible. Okay, but there it was not so important, the a line. Actually, it was not, the pawn was on a3. Okay, anyways, yeah. So f4, maybe it's an interesting practical try. Yeah, actually, position, I can tell you, you know, when you are playing for a few hours already, very tense last round, very tough tournament, it's not an easy position at all to play. For black also, I mean, it's also possible to make a mistake with black, because it looks like, you know, engine says 0-0, so it must be easy. No, actually it's not easy. I mean, in this condition, when you are tired, etc. I mean, what is easy is to make a mistake and to lose it. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not totally sure. I mean, if Jan, probably he will save it, but I mean, it's not like 100%. Here I don't know who is playing for a win. I think it's actually still again black. Yeah, is trying to play for a win. In fact, nobody, of course, but I mean, anyway, white cannot win because black can always put his bishop on e3 and just stop the pawn. Yeah, but maybe there is some chance of mating net somehow. I'm half joking, of course, it's just a draw. Actually, I think he can just give perpetual, yeah, now with black. Rook a1, rook a2, and yeah, that's what he's doing. I mean, not that it's perpetual, white can still go, yeah, it is actually, okay, it's a draw. So, Prague is winning, yeah, it's easily winning rook endgame. So the simplest is check, rook d3, then d5, and simply d4. Yeah, it's over. Okay, here. I mean, of course you can play king h3, but there is no sense. Yeah, I mean, it's better to go king f1 and just make a draw. Just in case not to get by stupidity to some kind of mating net, you know, by mistake. Yeah, king f1, of course. Yeah. So now they will probably make a draw. Okay. So f4. Yeah, that's still 10. Yeah, that is a real candidate. Yeah, the last minute of the last round, and it's not clear yet. The outcome is not clear at all. But Hikaru is kind of playing with fire a bit. I mean, I was just wondering if move like rook h1. I mean, a bit tricky. I mean, like rook h1, maybe. Well, of course it's a draw, but there is no point to do it, I think. But okay. So f4, yeah, Jan is thinking because it's not so trivial position. King a6, computer says, if it's only move, oh, it's very difficult move to play king a6. Knight b3 losing, according to engine. I told you, it was not easy at all. So check, queen c3. I mean, that would be something if he manages to win it finally. After all this, I mean, that's just crazy. Queen g7 check, king a6, queen c3, queen g2, queen d3 check, and queen f1. And he says it's winning. It's also not obvious at all. So, okay, king a6 has to be played. That's obvious. Queen c3, queen g2. Queen d3 check. Ah, because queen d7 check, a4 is hanging with check now. And king a5, queen f1. And if queen d5, queen e1 check. Ah, oh, so complicated. Yeah, because now the king gets under check. That's a problem. I see. And if king a7, then check. And if king a6 takes, and if king b8, I guess already move like rook e1, you're just mating, yeah? King d1, okay, Hikaru wants to lose, yeah? No, I mean, he cannot really lose, but it's like not clear what is his chance, I mean, here. Check, king e1, and rook h2, probably. Rook d5. Ah, okay, that is very solid, rook d5. Because, I mean, to make a draw, yeah, because he wants bishop d2 check now. If bishop retreats. And if a6, bishop h4 check, king e2, rook takes h5, a7, rook a5. It's also a draw. Okay. So, finally, the situation is changing all the time. So finally a tiebreak, yeah, it seems. Jan probably understood he did something wrong because obviously I think he's got only move, no? But it takes time. Or maybe not so obvious because there is, what if king goes somewhere here? Queen c3. Ah, the same, check, check, yeah, that's a problem. a4 is hanging. And if king goes to b8, Then queen c3, and if queen g2 I can already take. Okay, yeah, so king a6 is only move, yeah, that's pretty obvious. But maybe he realized that something went wrong. King e2. Okay, bishop d2 of course is a draw, but rook d2 check is also okay. I mean bishop d2, yeah, he played, yeah. Now the variation is like this: a6 takes, let's say a7, or no, okay, a7 you can even, okay, let's say take, rook comes to e5, and king gets to g7, and okay, shake hands. So queen g2, yeah, now queen d3 check, because it's like intuitively it seems like queen c4 check is more logical. I don't know why not c4. Maybe it's also winning. It's how difficult it is. King b7, rook d1, knight d2. My goodness. And you end up in a queen endgame. Queen e6, queen check, and okay, this queen endgame, it's probably lost. It's probably lost actually, but it's not like, yeah, it's still a fight. So this is a queen endgame. Yeah, it should be lost, but okay, it's still a long fight. Okay, let's see. Queen D, if he will find queen d3 check, yeah, of course he goes queen c4. That's also for me like, yeah, it's, you play queen c4 in this situation, because it actually looks like it's winning. I still cannot understand. It's so strange. I mean, rook e1. Why rook e1 is not winning? It is actually knight c5, queen f1, and again this knight c5 and check king c6. I cannot tell you. It's very complicated position for this, you know, time of the day and time of the tournament. I mean, it's very complicated. Impossible almost to play it well, yeah, this position. So this a6, okay, yeah, now rook h5. Okay, he can check king g7, a7, and then rook a5, yeah, and this I believe he will manage to save this position. So okay, check. Actually, it looks like totally lost. It's strange that it's not so totally lost. Actually, it's very strange. Okay, Hikaru, he likes to play rook against rook on chess.com. Maybe he will now do the same, yeah? Would be pretty much in his style to entertain public. So king b7, rook e1 or rook d1. Rook e1 has advantage of that there is no knight d2. But after rook e1 there is knight c5. Still not easy. I mean, also not so much time, 8 minutes. And quite some calculation required. Actually, it looks like queen f1 should be winning. But it's not. Queen d5. Yeah, it's not. Okay. So rook. Of course, humanly you want to play rook e1, because if you see that here there is this resource knight d2, strange resource, and then suddenly nothing better than this endgame. This is really strange, yeah, than this queen endgame. And if I do this, it's already a draw. I was thinking to do this. Why it's a draw? Queen g8. I missed from there. Check. I mean, it's so easy to go wrong still. Here, and now queen c4 is a draw. Believe me or not, I mean, I don't understand why it's a draw, but it's a draw. So, the main minutes of the candidates, whole candidates. Let's see if Fabi, I mean, if he will, after all what happened, yeah, if he will manage still to find best moves and to win. I mean, that would be just like a willpower character, you know, maybe second in the history after Kasparov managing to save the match with 0-5, yeah. So I think the other game finished probably. Prag won, yeah, or not yet, but he will. Hikaru, I don't know why he's thinking. I guess it's a advertisement minute. I mean, yeah, it's a draw here. To e5 for some reason. Okay, why not? So calculation, 5 minutes left. Rook e1 finally, yeah. Knight c5. That's only move. So I mean, this he will find because there is, well, no other move actually. But then he has to go queen f1. I mean, this is not so simple. Because the problem when you play a game in such a position that it looks like it must be made, because you don't know that it's not made. It like rook e7 check, you are searching for force mate. And that can, you know, you can lose a lot of time just trying to find the force mate, which is not there seemingly. So draw, Gukesh draw. Prag is winning, okay. So let's see. Let's see first of all if somebody is still here. If there are some people around. Так, перейду на русский. Давайте. Я думаю, что больше русских все-таки осталось, наверное. Ну вот я к тому, что все еще не так просто. Ну, в смысле, выиграно, да, компьютер пишет, но еще можно ошибиться, мало времени достаточно. Еще все может быть. Хотя, конечно, уже попроще белым. Но вообще, конечно, невероятная, так сказать, концовка турнира. Просто какая-то невероятная. Ну, я думаю, что с добавлением все-таки играется, насколько я понимаю, да, там на последнем контроле все-таки добавление есть, в отличие от первого контроля, поэтому, ну, все-таки, если это 30 секунд, как раньше было, то 30 секунд на ход это достаточно, ну, достаточно много. Так, да, все так и идет. Шах, король, ну, правда, борьба еще, шах и король А7, пока спрятал короля, все еще далеко не так просто. Tom Flo, yes, I wouldn't mind to cover more tournaments, but you know, I think now chess.com is not allowing me to be on you know, in media, in any media which they have influence with, so that's a problem. Otherwise, yeah, with Judith it's always a pleasure to work with her, to comment with her, of course. So let's see. Okay, it's still not so trivial, not trivial at all. I mean, this variation which computer gives: queen f5 check, king a1, and then let's say king a7. No, it's anything can happen still. Don't judge by what computer is saying, because yeah, of course, maybe objectively it's winning, but I mean, I know in a practical game, after such a long, difficult battle, so many ups and downs, I mean, it's still not over. So I will. Похожа ли игра Гукеша на игру Качнова? Ну, трудно сказать. Я, во-первых, пока не так понятно, какая у него игра, потому что он не так уж, ну, все-таки молодой. Что-то есть, конечно, что-то есть, но я и не изучал так серьезно его партии еще пока, чтобы четко вот понять, в каком стиле он играет, слабые, сильные стороны. Надо все-таки смотреть партии, да. Ну, я пока как-то внимательно не присматривался. Ну да, что-то от Качнова есть. When is Drama Queen's Gambit Part 2 coming out? I mean, I'm now busy commenting, but I think this week it will come. So you see, it's still +2 only according to computer, not like it's totally winning. Yeah? There is some resource, it seems. I don't really see what resource, but now I see. I think I understood. This king a7, let's say whatever, queen g2, queen f7. Rook h1 has to be played. Why you cannot take? Knight d2, knight f3, okay, because of the, so you have to play rook h1. Yeah, and then it's actually, it's a second part of this, of the story, that you have to break through with this knight on c5, yeah, to win this position still, because it's a kind of, well, it's not a fortress, but sort of, yeah. But it's doable, obviously doable. So finally white manages to take the pawn, and then black takes on f4, and then tries to hold with a knight on c5. Yeah, doable, but still. Queen c2. Now he thinks that you can just push the pawn on f5. But it's not easy to calculate it. I mean, not easy, 5 minutes only. I mean, you see the variation he gives: f5, knight d3, rook b1, knight c5 back, f6, check here, knight d2, check, king a7, rook d1. For some reason, I don't know why not c1. Also winning c1. Yeah, so it's like still f5 is very important move. I mean, after f5 probably it will be already easy, quite easy, because then white just won't, if he finds this move. I mean, yeah, because then the pawn just runs, yeah, it's difficult to, you cannot anymore get any, yeah, he found f5. Amazing if he still manages to win it. I mean, if knight d3, rook b1, yeah, it's difficult to create threats, strangely enough. Fabio, of course, is an absolutely incredible calculator. I mean, he calculates when he is very concentrated and when he is in good shape. I mean, his calculation skills are just like he's a machine, simply calculating machine. So it seems like he managed to get back to his senses after this disaster before the time control, and now I feel like he is in this best calculative mood, like he's just calculating, like he maybe, actually I believe he is the best calculator in the world. I mean, he calculates variations better than everyone else, including Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, not easy to see, actually. Not easy to see how to create threats, yeah, for, because I for a second I thought maybe knight f2 can be a move, but actually at least simple queen g2 check is good, so it doesn't really work also. Knight c5. I don't know why he's playing rook e1 here. Why not f6? No, but rook e1 he's just repeating moves. Yeah, f6, check here, and if knight d2, rook check on h1. King a7, rook d1 or rook c1. Okay, I'm sure rook c1 will be played. Okay. Knight c5, okay. Well, I mean, f6. There is no kind of nothing which may, I don't see any like chance for black then to do what computer is trying to do. Yeah, it's like, and maybe it's not the only way for white to win what he shows. Check, but it's kind of convincing. Yeah, yes, Fabi's. Okay, that will be played. King a2, knight d2. Okay, check, knight d2. Yeah, check. Yeah, the problem also that he cannot, yeah, he has to go to a7, cannot go to a6. King a7, rook c1, or king, yeah, king b8, also h2 is hanging, yeah. So king a7 is like only square, it seems to me. queen a7. Now, of course, yeah, computer was given rook d1, but humanly, of course, you play rook c1. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure he would play rook c1. Only that if rook c1, okay, check, king a1, queen f7, maybe, yeah, trying to have this. And now rook d1. So maybe, yeah, if you have to give up this pawn anyways, maybe then it's more accurate to do it. And rook c8 is not winning here, yeah? For some reason. I mean, I was thinking of rook c8, check, king b1, why it doesn't win. I don't know, it looks like it's winning. Maybe just king a6 or something, I don't know, okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, of course he played like this, and now queen e6. Yeah, because queen f7, I guess rook c8, yeah? No, rook d1. Why rook c8 is not winning? Check, check, king c2, knight f3. Oh my god, this is very easy to blunder. I mean, this is amazing. Check, king c2, and now this move is making a draw. Amazing. And what? Queen f3? I still cannot understand. Queen b3 check. Oh. This is incredible. I mean, this is so easy to actually to fall into this trap. He went queen e6. I mean, queen f7 was a great trap actually. Of course, yeah, rook d1 was still winning, but I mean, the trap was amazing. Rook d1 again, so finally he gets this position, yeah? Rook d1, check, king b1, and getting this h2 pawn. Yeah, but then it's still a bit of a technique is required, but not too difficult. So yeah, but frankly, this is a very high level. I mean, you know, this is actually the level. This is I can tell you extremely difficult after a long tournament on this 4-6 hour to still to be able to calculate, to find very precise moves. I mean, this is a real class, yeah, you need. I mean, it seems like easy, but actually this position is not easy at all. So I'm very impressed by actually both players, because Jan also he's finding resources. I mean, he's fighting. That is a real kind of candidates level, or maybe even World Championship match level. Actually, the most interesting maybe World Championship match nowadays would have been Jan against Fabiano, probably. But yeah, it's not the match we are going to see. I mean, theoretically, Jan can still qualify. I mean, I don't know if he blunders by miraculously Fabiano, who knows. Of course, very theoretically, but of course, Fabi is trying to find the force mate after rook c7 check, king a6, but there is not, yeah, there is not. But it's very tempting, yeah, to try to mate by force. f7, check, here, queen f5. Oh, it's not easy at all. But it's a perpetual. It's a perpetual. Not an easy trap, yeah. So 3 minutes. And I guess Fabiano, yeah, of course, I'm sure he sees that Rook d1 is a trivial win, but he wants a force win, and this can be a problem for him. This is the only problem, yeah, he can have, because well, it's so tempting to try to win by force. Yeah. Oh, he's blundering. He's blundering. It's a draw again. That's what I told you. It was so tempting, yeah? Yeah, but he missed this, that it's a perpetual. I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible. Now let's see if Jan will find it, because it's so counterintuitive that there is a perpetual check. It's so difficult to... Yeah, well, no, I mean, this is a twice, to miss it twice. I mean, that is just incredible. Let's see if Jan will find it. No, he misses also. Oh, this is a drama, yeah. This is something. I can imagine also Gukesh, how does he feel now, yeah? How is he feeling? Because, okay, he sees it with the engine. I mean, that, yeah, knight d2. No, but you have to play knight d2 because queen f5 is losing anyway. It's king a2 simply just resigns, yeah? I mean, it's, yeah, I understand. He probably thought it was already lost, yeah? I mean, which is totally understandable. It looks lost. And to see that it's a draw, yeah, that is not easy, but okay, it's like there was no other choice. What a tournament, I mean, what a game. I mean, one of the most actually incredible games I've ever seen in my life. Knight c5. Ooh, still fighting somehow. Yeah, but queen a8, queen e8, queen e2. This is a very, very strong maneuver. Yeah, this is a killer. It is incredible. I mean, it's good that I'm staying here. I mean, talking with you, and I mean, just witnessing this absolutely incredible moment of a chess history. I mean, this game is like especially if Fabiano will become at the end of this whole cycle world champion. I mean, this game will be absolutely like incredible. Well, now it's very simple. Check, check, check. This is really simple. Check, queen a8 check, and queen e2 check. Yeah, I mean, it's very trivial, but I know it's already. I guess they're so tired both that, you know. I mean, still, let's not hurry with our verdict that it's already over. Even though it is over, it seems to me by many ways, like queen a8 check, king b5, queen c6 check, king a6, and there is no threat. Even move like rook e7 should be winning. I mean, it's like there is no threat simply. Black doesn't have a threat, I think. Again, the same problem for Fabiano. He's searching for a forced win, and that is only way not to win this position, is to hurry. Because frankly, a move I would even consider like rook e7, simply a quiet move. I don't see any threats. Black doesn't have threats, and then you are threatening finally to mate. But yeah, queen e8. This is quite simple, and queen e2. This is the simplest if he sees this geometry. No, maybe he doesn't see it. It's mate in 28, but let's not hurry. But maybe the simplest is king a6, rook c8. Yeah, that is very simple. King a6, rook c8 just finishes it. Yeah, and rook a8 mate is threatening, so... no, sorry, I'm already too tired. Queen takes f7 with check. I guess maybe he wants to go rook e7 simply here. I mean, rook e7 just like, okay, to make some queen f1 after rook e7, maybe. Actually, you better check, yeah? You better he better find this check. Yeah, finally he sees it, yeah, I think. No. Draw already. My goodness, he wants to play rook e7, I suppose, and he repeats, but actually it's a draw. Queen f1, he blundered. Oh my god. Oh, this is something. Yeah, he missed queen f1. Oh, that is real chess, yeah. That is chess. I'm just wondering if after queen f1, queen f1 is a simple move. After queen f1, queen a8 check. I'm just wondering, can I try to do this? Queen f1, check. Here, check. Here, and maybe rook e4. Can I do rook e4 move? Like a last chance. Because if this, then it's mate, I think. Check and mate. And if knight e4, then at least I give check, and well, I try. Guess you will play 2 against 1 queen's endgame. It's a draw, of course, but still it's a game, yeah. Well, queen f1 is not too difficult. Yeah, that's, I mean, check. Yeah, that's exactly what computer is playing. Yeah. I mean, I didn't see the engine. I just saw the, I mean, saw it myself. But actually, exactly this is the only chance. Here, this. Yeah, this, and at least to play 2 against 1 queen endgame. Yeah, okay. This. Yeah, and you take, okay, it's still like there is a minor chance to against, very minor, but at least it is a, but maybe he will not find this rook e4 with 1.5 minutes. I mean, queen f1 is very easy because there is simply no, I mean, there is no move. Yeah, of course, queen f1 he found. I mean, it's not that difficult, and there are no moves anyway. Yeah, now this only chance, yeah, for white to then just to give a perpetual, or yeah, to find this check and rook e4. But I can imagine what kind of shock now he has after he sees this queen f1 on the board. Yeah, and what? Check. And king a6. What do you want, Fabio? I'm wondering if rook e1, I guess queen takes and perpetual, yeah, probably. Yeah, it's his only chance, rook e4. Now, of course, queen endgame 2 against 1 is actually a very simple draw. But okay, I mean, at least in this kind of crazy situation, absolutely crazy, when everybody is already exhausted, you can still play it, but I mean, there is still a minor chance to win, in a practical chance, just because, you know, already I think people are, the boss already so exhausted, but I'm frankly, I feel he will not find it, rook e4 simply. Because it's such a shock, I guess, he's experiencing now. I mean, and on top of this, by far not the first one today. I mean, how many shocks he experienced already. I mean, people say that it's good to have some stress, yeah, from time that people that we need stress, but I still feel like maybe it was a bit too much of stress for one day for Fabi. Yeah, you need. No, he doesn't find. Now it's just a draw, yeah. Because he cannot anymore play queen a8 check. That's a problem. Because then it's a 3 times repetition. Yeah, so finally it's a draw. Unless, okay, unless he just loses on time or something, yeah. I mean, you cannot be sure about anything anymore, yeah, in this shape. I mean, if he loses on time and Jan qualifies like this would be, yeah, no. Ah, but he didn't fix a draw. He should have. Ah, but he doesn't need a draw anyway, Jan. Yeah, of course. I mean, he doesn't need a draw. So I mean, he doesn't care if rook e4 will be found. Of course, I totally forgot that. Okay. Yeah, this is amazing. This is just amazing. Ah, he found. Finally, he found. Okay, I mean, now of course Jan wouldn't be happy that he didn't, because he could actually simply claim a draw. Yeah, I think it was 3 times repetition. I mean, 1 time I check king b5, check king a6, check king b5, check king a6. Wait, then queen f1. Ah, no, only 2 times. Check, wait, queen a8. 1, 2, no, only 2 times, yeah. No, he's, so rook e4, okay, Jan missed it, I think, since, because he's thinking now, but well, he will manage to make a draw here. Take, I mean, this position, okay, whatever, computer is just playing a f8 queen, let's say. And this, and finally takes, yeah. Yeah, also after check, maybe we'll have to play b3. And then, yeah, no, it's actually a very, very simple draw. I mean, very simple draw. There is no chance, really. Ну что, я могу сказать, что одна из самых увлекательных партий, которые я когда-либо видел, надо сказать. Ну, еще и ко всему, она и сама по себе невероятная, а еще и по накалу, именно по тому, что насколько много на кону стоит в этой партии, да. Это, честно говоря, вы должны понимать, зрители, что это уникальное зрелище, то, что сегодня мы получили, это, в общем, редчайшая партия. По накалу, по драме, по драматизму, по всему, это просто... Да, честно говоря, и по уровню она все-таки очень хорошая, ну, просто грубые ошибки, нервы были, но, в принципе, конечно, это вот за это мы любим шахматы, за вот такое, за пусть и ошибки, но это высокий класс, это напряжение, это вот отдача всего, что у тебя есть вообще на данный момент, вот все выкладываешь, да, как бы на стол, когда играешь. Это в любом случае достойно уважения, и как бы за это мы и смотрим шахматы. Так, ну король А7, да? Ну, я бы на месте белых попробовал каким-то образом, я правда не вижу пока как, попробовал, чтобы забрать пешку H, отдать пешку F, но при этом b3 не сыграть, чтобы не заставили b3 ходить. Мне кажется, при пешке на b2 побольше немножко шансов. Тоже очень мало, но хоть какие-то есть. Вот после король А7, ну король А7-то надо ходить. Вот вопрос в том, что я не вижу, как это сделать, потому что если ферзь Е7 шах, например, король А6, то ну, я не успеваю, F8, ферзь С4 шах есть. То есть поэтому вот компьютер как-то начинает теперь, ну я думаю, он пару шахов даст, чтобы время протянуть, но компьютер вот таким образом переходит в этот эндшпиль, но тогда неприятный шах на f7, который заставляет белых еще b3 пойти, видимо. А b3-то не хочется ходить, потому что король потом немножко не обеспеченный. Да, он шах. Но он может ферзь c8 шах, да? Не, он может ферзь c8 и f8. Да, это правильно, надо сохранить пешку, желательно на b2. Ну да, F8 и мы с вами до утра еще будем здесь находиться. No, I tell that we are probably going to have a sleepless night today, because they can play for a very long time this endgame. I mean, it's never ending story. It's actually already 2 o'clock at night in Europe, but it might still be easily half an hour, easily, because they have half a minute. I mean, you see, they already got some more time, like Fabi has 3 minutes already. And okay, you can make a lot of moves, checks, then you move one pawn, then, because I'm pretty sure, what, a4 immediately? No, why? He should have checked on f. Why does he give a chance to check on d5? I mean, I think that the best chance is to try to keep the pawn on b2, but maybe he felt like he cannot manage it anyway. So king a3, but now, yeah, check, b3, and maybe simply queen d4. Because in queen endgames it's very important to have your queen in the center. That's why, I mean, instead of playing a4, he should first get his queen somewhere to d4, e5, to the central square, and only then push. That's if you, for your chess, it's like knowledge, yeah? Just that you should know that in queen endgame, that's why immediately queen d4, when you have a chance, you get your queen in the center. I mean, of course, any move draws, but that's the right method to play queen endgames. Yeah, queen d4. Well, actually, king b8. Actually, maybe king a6 is also a draw, because queen c4 check, take king b7. This pawn endgame, is it a win? I think it's still a draw. I mean, you can even go here, probably. Okay, the white has queen f1 check, but I think this pawn endgame is a draw. Even if pawn up, but yeah, I think it's a draw. So, but anyway, he can do queen f1 check if he wants. Yeah, king b8 is safer, of course. Yeah, it was actually a serious mistake. How, I mean, to let this queen on d4. How will you get rid of it now? I mean, it's very annoying queen. Probably he wants to play, yeah, queen e7 check and queen e1, something like that. Maybe queen b4 now, queen b4. That would be the best end of the candidates. Queen e1, yeah. Well, king a7 or something, yeah. I mean, I don't see white cannot really make a progress. If he would have his queen in the center, it's an easy draw still, but at least somehow. But here, it's difficult to make a progress even. Oh, if I was Jan, I would just stay. Queen king b7, king a7, just stay. The point is, I'm just thinking that check, well, there was no, why check queen b4? Why to give queen b4? No, queen e4, no, I mean, why to get the queen close? There was no need. I mean, queen was so strong on d4. I just show you something because I thought, okay, I mean, how do you progress here? I mean, the point is that I don't see any way to progress than to put queen on b2 to try to, but the point is that I have a feeling, let's say if you play king a7 here, whatever, you cannot even do this because I think takes and b5 is a draw. This is just a draw. AB king b6, and if a5 b4 and then king a6 king a5. So I mean, there was no really way even to get the queen out of the center. Now, well, it's a draw, but at least white manages some little progress. No, before is, I would, no, I don't think it's wrong. I mean, it's a draw anyway, but like after b4 there is no chance at all. I think it's a wrong concept. You have to keep pawn on b3, trying to get your king to c4, queen to d4, and to get king to b5 somewhere, somehow. But with a pawn on b4, your king is too exposed. This is... But okay, I guess they're already so tired and so, like, too many emotions for one day, yeah? So... Okay, just stay, Jan. Don't do anything, just stay, of course. And okay, and stay. Queen is good on e6, just keep it and stay. There's no way for white to progress here. I mean, you see, if pawn was on b2, maybe some king b4 ideas somehow to get with the king, even though very difficult to find, I mean, a way. Or at least, let's say, with a pawn on b2, he could have gone a5, changed the pawn, and because the pawn endgames with the pawn on b2 are winning, then at least you can maybe try to make some progress, yeah? But here with pawn on b4, yeah, well, there is no progress available. Okay, queen e5 or something, yeah. Just don't go to pawn endgame. Here it is lost. Yeah, queen f6. Yeah, he will try to get his king to c4 somehow. What? Queen e3? What is this queen e3? It's just immediate draw, no? I mean, queen a1 check, king b3, queen d1 check, and take on a4. I mean, okay, it's anyway a draw, but why? I think they already like have just finished completely already. Check and you just take the pawn. Or maybe he wants king c4. I mean, like, I thought take king a8 should be a very simple draw also, but maybe not the most simple, yeah. Yeah, Jan is puzzled. Of course, he can still just stay, yeah, but he wants to force a draw with checks and so on. So, will this game ever end? Or maybe they will break this record of the, I think, what was Magnus' game, like 160 moves or something. Let me check, by the way, if I'm still there. If I'm still... No, but Jan is not trying to win, really. I mean, how can you win it? It's just that he's... okay, he's just trying not to lose still. Even if it's very difficult to lose here, frankly. But you should understand the state now of players, yes. I mean, after all what happened, I think they already barely you know, able to think. Actually, I don't like what Jan is doing. I mean, why wouldn't he keep queen on c6? Because then some queen a8 check, king can go via c4, b5. I mean, theoretically for the moment, but it's like not very bulletproof way of playing. Queen f3. What are the moves he's making? I mean, possible, but what's the point of queen f3? No, Jan, play quick. We want to sleep already. Of course, we want entertainment, but we had more than enough entertainment for today. We also want to sleep, no? But it's difficult to go to bed without knowing the result of this super drama. If queen trades, white wins. Yes, white is winning if queens trade, for sure. I can even maybe quickly show you. Okay, let's find the way to trade queens. Okay, let's say, yeah. I think, I mean, the win is like this, that you do this. Okay, you do this. I mean, it's not like completely trivial, but it's a win. I think you do this. If king gets, I mean, this. And now black, wait, no, actually it's not, king d6 now. King f5, king d5. So you, okay, so I should be more careful. I do this, king f4, king e6. Well, actually, maybe here it's actually, yeah, actually here it's maybe a draw, wait. So this, it has to be black to move. Then it's winning. No, if black to move, b5 check makes a draw. AB, king b6. So king d4, king d6. I'm tired already myself, so I don't understand if it's win or not. No, I thought that I will start to maneuver here, king f5. But then, because king c5, king e6. Ah, no, also king b4, of course. Or maybe it's a draw, actually, with if queens change. Then it's really a problem for white, even if the no, but now, yeah, if the pawn endgame is a draw, then it's really difficult. Yeah, this is already a bad sign, yeah, if you have to play king a3. Queen b5. But now there must be perpetual simply. I mean, there is no need, of course, you can just play king a7 or something, but queen g3 must be a perpetual. Okay, let's see. Queen g3, king b2, queen f2, here. How come it's not a perpetual? This, where does he want to hide? I mean, somewhere, I don't know, check. Here. Yeah, here is a chance somehow to win, yeah? I mean, like the king gets, king gets mated somehow. Queen f4 check. I mean, how does he want to win this? For sure. Ah, no, queen f4, queen f5. Okay, now I see. Okay, this, yeah, takes check, oppa, and we win. Check, and mate. No, but okay, this is a simple draw, yeah. It's queen d4. Yeah, okay, why not? He just wants to check on c3. So check, king c4. No, this must be a simple perpetual. Shouldn't be any way for white to win it. I mean, with a queen on b5, again, queen should normally be in the center here. You know, the simplest actually, I think, is check here and just to play a move like this. I don't really see how white can proceed after king a7. It's like almost he doesn't have a move, and there is a trap. If you do this, I check you, and I'm in the tie breaks. Yeah, that's what he played. Yeah. So now I guess queen e2, and we start again this this dance. But I think it was better to check first on d1. That was more precise, because he couldn't have probably then come back, because a4 pawn was hanging. And he couldn't even come back to the initial position. Now at least he can get back. There is a fair chance they will fall into some 3 times repetition at some point. It's not impossible. That maybe it's already 3 times repetition. I don't know. I mean, Fabi is playing with fire, yeah, because it's very easy to fall into repetition, yeah. For instance, queen d5 check now. I mean, they've been there already for more than one time, yeah. So since they will end up with 1 hour on the clock each at the end of the day. Other story is how many moves. I mean, yeah, before the pawn. Without no, there are not so many. 89 was last move for pawn. Pawn move. I think white's only chance to put pawn on b5 somehow. Maybe. So, what is going on? Who is playing for a win? Is anyone here still, or not anymore? Okay. Draw. So 3 times repetition finally. Okay. Good. So congratulations. It was amazing battle. Congratulations to Gukesh for qualifying. I mean, that was quite a day. I mean, I think it's time to sleep now for everyone and to digest this incredible day we had. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sharing this very interesting moment. All the best to you. I'm a bit falling asleep already, but I really am happy that I was witnessing this incredible game, frankly, just incredible game in all senses. And yeah, I would like to thank the players, both of them. Fantastic fight. I mean, yeah, we love chess for that. So thank them for giving us all pleasure. And I tried my best to entertain you as well. Thank you. Good night.